Let's I don't know.
What's up?
I had a thought, and then I watched Danny dancing, being like one of those wacky inflatable tube arm man, and popping and locking too.
Wacky inflatable arm waving 2-man.
And I lost all train of thought. Also, we had fun last night.
Justin, your mic's kind of cutting out. Johnny, you are muted.
I was gonna say, Justin, your voice is doing that thing it does where it goes up and down when you're pulling the volume back on the music.
Literally not. I'm not touching it at all.
Well, now it's good. So
I think it's just a curse on Justin every time we start a show. It's like the first 10 seconds, the GM can't say anything, so we have to just start introing each episode.
Yeah. There's like a legitimate 15-second delay before your voice is like even every single.
It's so weird, and I don't know why it does that. I guess you know what we should do? We should literally just sit here in silence for 15 seconds.
Okay.
All hands.
Classic.
Welcome back, everybody. And after 10 seconds of vamping, it's Justin.
Well, no, it'll be like we'll keep the music going. We'll keep it on the like starting soon, but we'll unmute our mics and just not talk.
Every week we'll start with a 15-second moment of silence for Margaret Thatcher.
Yes. Anyway, welcome. This is Dustfire Media. This is the finale of Scum and Villainy.
Oh wow!
That's a sorry.
Technically,
this
is the penultimate.
Well, I mean, it gets
actually
sure. This is we're recording all it as one chunk. So that's
true.
This episode that you're listening to right now is the penultimate episode, and then in 2 hours we'll be recording the finale. But for us, it just keeps going. I'm really tired today too, guys. We had family Christmas last night.
Ew.
Which is great. No, not you.
Ew. No.
I had fun.
No.
Seeing Danny and all the siblings.
Good.
It was a blast. But I'm tired. This is a question. This is interesting because I feel like we're on two divides of the 30-year-old mark.
Mm-hmm.
I have increasingly found that like I have to make smarter choices about how late I'm staying up and like what I'm doing with my nights. Like I was up till 1. We were obviously drinking.
Obviously.
I feel like trash today. I feel like a trash person.
You're a trash person. For how long do you think you'll feel like a trash person?
Honestly, probably till like noon. I feel like it takes me like most of the morning to like recover.
Yeah.
And like fair. I want to be clear. Like I don't have like a hangover. I'm not like, but like I don't feel awake. I don't feel.
Yeah, no, it slows you down.
You know what I mean?
It slows you down.
Yeah. I get you. There's a different bounce back thing for all sorts of activities. Any exercise, any drinking, certain foods, in whatever amounts. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing that's harder for me, because I'm naturally like a night owl and all of that kind of stuff. And so the thing that's harder for me is like that. There's a growing list of foods that I can't eat before bed without getting
100%.
heartburn.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, I'm so with you.
Sucks, man.
Yeah. But like, as far as I also don't drink a lot. Like if I'm gonna like go to a party and I want to loosen up, I usually pop an edible, and that doesn't have the same kind of effects on the other side as drinking does.
Nice.
Although now I'm starting as like, I'm reaching that 30 mark. Like sometimes that even like gives me some like after effects that I did not expect or remember having. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Maybe I need better product. I don't know.
Maybe. I've never noticed any like after effects for me, but I guess it sounds like I'm in the minority.
Well, it could be just what it like drives me to
do. Yeah, sure.
Maybe it's the other things, all the unhealthy.
All of the like crazy parkour that you do when you happen to take edibles.
Oh, speaking of activity though, I did try jiu-jitsu with my brother this week.
So fun.
And he's actually 11 years older than me, so he's actually past the 30 mark.
Yeah.
And he's an animal because I was so sore for like 3 days. I'm still kind of sore, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Loved
I
it.
believe.
Fantastic. But like he went longer than me, and like he went for 2 sessions. I only joined him in the second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, he's been doing it for a while, so his body's like definitely
Sure.
trained for it. But
Yeah.
It gives hope for conditioning and whatever people want to do. And
I was told
I
the
have
other
a
day.
win.
I went back to the gym and was sore for 2 weeks. I went to the gym one day. It was sore for 2 full weeks.
Punished so
Hey,
hard
when
for your
you
first day
break
back
for
to the
so
gym.
long, that is exactly what
I
happens.
did go way too hard.
Yeah.
Johnny was like, you know what? Why not just Stairmaster for a year? Yeah, this will be good.
That's
At
the
this
thing. Yeah,
point-
I did a 10-kilometer row on the rowing machine, and then
Yeah,
did
Johnny.
I did the stair machine on max incline for a half an hour.
Oh my god, dude.
Johnny is a person of extremes, as we all know.
Yeah,
And
I was about to say
sometimes
that
it is
tracks with what I know about Johnny.
so endearing,
Yeah, at this point I've done that, like, the starting working out again after a long period of break. Like, I just like know like exactly how much to like go in at that,
Go in,
because
yeah.
otherwise it is
Yeah.
like 2 weeks where you're just like,
Yeah. Now I
Jesus.
know what not to do when I go back.
And
I have
Your
to
win,
share a
Steve.
personal win. Yeah. On Friday, what day is that? 2 days ago, I did my first true muscle up after
oh, good for you.
more than 2.5 months of trying to figure that out.
That's
And
great.
I was getting to a point where I was like, I just don't know if this will, for whatever reason, not be possible. Like,
Yeah.
I knew mechanically it should be possible. Like,
I
just-
will confirm too to the audience and to you guys. A week and a half before that, Steve was lamenting to me that he didn't think he'd ever be able to make it happen.
Yeah.
oh, you did it.
You did it. You did
Hey,
it.
nicely done, man. Proud of
Thank you. Thank you.
You should be proud of yourself.
I
He's
am.
doing great.
I don't lift or go to the gym, but I have an exercise bike that I'll hop on for like an hour.
Good to get
Yeah. That's key.
Nice.
That's
That's
about all I
key.
do. For me, it's
Yeah.
like I know at the heart. That's the part. I'm not like I have to get muscles. I have to, but like I just need to make sure my heart's not slowing down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Walking over to the fridge, crack open a cold one's good enough for me.
Hey, there you go.
Proud of
Okay,
you.
that
Yeah, as
arm
the youngest
strength.
one here, he can shut up. Yeah,
It's
you can,
Yeah.
you can stop talking, actually.
Yeah, give it a couple of years, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, like noticing which things are challenging for different people and stuff. And for me, like I remember back in like doing parkour and stuff, like very like intensely, even though it was just hobbyism or whatever, with friends for years, noticing that my friend Ryan, who is skinnier, less muscular than me, always could do a bunch of stuff that I could not do.
Ryan is
Because-
weirdly athletic.
Yeah. And he had this
I know, Ryan.
insane, like, I don't know what you call it, like that, like bodily kinesthetic intelligence or whatever, this
Yeah.
ability to like be aware of himself and coordinate momentum and force. And so he could do things like run, do the like 1 foot plant on a wall, and then get up to a really high place to a like push to sit on it type of a deal. And he could always do that way better than me. And like, I'm realizing that Muscle Up had barriers similarly, where it's like, this is mostly a technique issue and a mind issue, and I can't figure out my body and where I'm spatially
Yeah.
and stuff. But
Okay,
Mm.
maybe this is for some of our listeners too. What exactly is a muscle up?
yeah, essentially you hang
It's just
on a
your
bar.
muscles up.
It's like a
Yeah.
pull up into a push up. You pull
Yeah.
yourself up and then you
Over the
push
bar.
up until you get to the bar.
Yeah. And
Okay.
so in order to do that, you have to get a little swing first and then use that backswing momentum to pull up and push above the bar.
Because your muscles up.
Up. I don't know why it's
Your
called
muscles are
that.
pushing you up, actually.
Like there's so many exercises where you use your muscles to move upward. So like
Well, it's
Yeah.
one of those. It's one of those few exercises that will use like it uses both it activates the pull and the push muscles in your arms
Yeah.
because
yeah.
you pull yourself all the way up and then you keep going and then you have to push yourself up to your waist.
Why are we
I
calling
usually
it
say-
muscle push pull?
That's a different exercise.
That
Push,
is
push.
actually
Muscle push pull.
Muscle push pull. Oh, pushy to pull.
yeah. Well, something that's similar to that is, and maybe you could have done this to train for that, Steve. Is you take like a long bar, and you put some tires on it, so like 45 plates, and you roll it out like, and you stretch out on your knees, so it's almost like you're in a very extended like push-up position, and then you pull yourself back, keeping your arms as straight as you can. So it works out like your entire
your knees on a skateboard, and you push out real hard and go down a hill.
Yeah, and then you just roll.
Or you find someone of equal weight to you, you grab them by the collar and you shake them back and forth real hard.
Where is she?
Weekly routine. Where are they?
Well, there's a workout for your characters coming up. Both a physical workout and an emotional, mental workout as well too.
An orgy.
And an orgy.
Maybe.
Don't forget.
It'll take some wooing, but could happen.
All right.
It fits all the criteria Justin listed.
It does. It really does. Last week on the professionals, I did not write a summary, but I think we can summarize it pretty easily. Because last week you assaulted 2 gates.
Yeah.
You assaulted the Core Worlds gate and sent some people to attack it in order to hopefully pull forces away from the Hantu gate, which is what you all were trying to get to, because you know your enemy Vorex is on it, trying to do something. You're not entirely sure what, but it has to do with the Ramdan, and it's got to do with the Hantu gate. And unfortunately, Malcleith had quite a bit more tech than you were expecting, and were able to address your attacking, and were able to take out all of your allies.
The dice gods were not merciful.
They were not.
Merciful. And I'm sorry for that, but I think it's interesting. And I
Of
love
course
the
it is.
I love the implications that, like, you guys were the underdog. You went into this being optimistic, and yet it just didn't come out that way.
Now there's no one left to rule but us.
It's true. Well, I mean, there are other people in.
No.
You're right. It's just.
No.
If they didn't participate, they don't get to rule.
But despite losing all of your allies, you were able to get to Malcleith's flagship and to get onto the track, the rail track that led to the Hantu gate that Vorex is already on. And it is there that we pick up. Technically, we're in downtime. Now, I think I said last time, this won't be a full downtime because you can't ostensibly be like, I go back to Rin and go to Warren and find my vice purveyor. You are on this tram, essentially. So if there are things that you want to do in between there, I think we'll make that happen. So be thinking about that as we sort of figure out what to do with like advancements and stuff like that. But we are going to do that because I want to give you all one last chance to maybe get something cool before you all die.
Aw, thanks. That's very positive.
I don't think there's any payoff, and I don't think I'm going to make you do upkeep.
Okay.
Makes sense, especially since our ship is gone.
A ship anymore?
Yeah. There's nothing to upkeep.
It's true because you blew up the Core Worlds game with your ship. But I do think heat is still probably applicable. And let me pull up our character sheets. I don't know why I'm not there already. Again,
I've been there.
It's okay, Justin. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Factions. So there.
Factions.
All right. I mean, definitely not smooth and quiet, and I would definitely not contain either. I'm honestly genuinely debating
war, basically.
Between loud and chaotic and wild,
devastating exposure.
I do I think I'm leaning towards wild, devastating.
Beginning to realize that if any of us survive this, we're going to spend the rest of our lives in a cell.
In jail.
Well, unless we succeed, which is close.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, who knows what'll happen? I do think probably high profile target is applicable here as well too.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Now you haven't damaged a gate yet, but I do think you killed a few people.
Didn't we damage the Corporal's gate?
Not yet. Oh, yeah, I guess it did.
We
did.
Gate.
We literally
destroyed
it.
It's
You're
gone.
Right. You're right.
I say that it's not damaged at all.
6. So
it doesn't exist.
It cleared all its marked stress and harm because it died. So
you can't damage something that's not there anymore.
If I'm right, I think you're looking at 12 heat for this job.
Incredible.
We're cooking.
Where is the Hantu?
What's very funny is that you could argue like, oh, we took like all of the people were with us. Like, there's no one to give us heat with because we cut off the Empire. But if you think about it, everybody who was with us is now gone, which means the only government that can form is the people who did not agree to work with us.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
We do actually get heat.
So in Holt, that is going to give you another wanted level.
Yes.
Oh, great.
And almost get you to a third wanted level.
Hell yeah.
I don't think we have enough of those yet. Gosh, harder, guys.
I'm gonna roll entanglements, and I might end up picking an entanglement. I'm gonna see what I roll first. If it doesn't make sense, then you know what I mean. I'm not gonna pick it, but
sure.
Yeah, see, like that does not make sense at all. I picked interrogation.
Out of gas.
It rolled interrogation, and I don't think that quite makes any sense here at all.
We are breaking the game.
Let's look and see if there are any that might make sense.
Out of gas.
Out of gas.
I mean, we are.
Well, we have 2 votes for out of gas. Danny and Danny.
It's unfortunately not one.
Spaced apart by a full minute.
Wow. Let's see here. What do we got for wanted level 2?
The car that we're on that's on the rail gets impounded.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a dice. I think there's 2 that make sense. One is bounty hunter, and I think that will mean less that the bounty hunter attacks you on this like rail car, and more that there will be an additional threat and enemy in the job. Okay.
Fun.
And
one
but
is 6 to 1 to 3, right?
So yeah, that's the other one I was thinking. Is so I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll on a 1 to 3. It'll be actually, you know what? I'll roll 2 dice. We'll make this sort of like a fortune roll-esque thing. I'll roll 2 dice. If the highest is a 1 to 3, then we'll look at the wanted level 3 table. If it is the highest is a 4, 5, or 6, it'll be a bounty hunter in this next job.
Okay.
My body is ready.
And it is a 5.
Uh-oh.
So
About the hunter.
Some sort of bounty hunter in this next job.
I was really hoping that you'd move on to the wanted 3 level.
It would have been fun. It would have been fun. All right. You want to do advancement first, and then you can tell me what, if anything, you do with this moment you have between the flagship. Let's do advancement first. Graves. I don't usually start with you, but I've already said your name, so it's too late to change. Did you address challenges with force or threat?
Yes.
Again, yeah.
Indeed.
Gears, did you address challenges with technical skill or ingenuity?
Yeah.
Nice. Proud of you.
I mean, who are we if we're not answering yes to this right now? You know what I mean? We're playing our characters.
It's the end of the campaign. Yep, for sure. All right, let's just get rid of this person.
Who are you getting rid of, Justin? Just casually disposing a human somewhere.
Someone,
While GMing.
there's some sort of bot, I think, in there.
Nice.
Yep. Constant issue.
Havoc. Did you adjust challenges with speed or flair?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes. Most definitely,
Absolutely.
yes.
Absolutely.
Considering that almost the entire job, I think Havoc was addressing things with speed. I want to argue for 2. Well, I don't need to argue anymore.
You don't need to argue.
Plead your case before yourself, Danny.
I mean, you should plead your case still.
before Thoraxis.
And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I don't think you're out of the realm of like reasonability.
I think there were
to
at
say
least
that.
4 moments. At least 4 moments where I asked you, where I was like, "Hey, I think this is a speed-related roll, so I'm applying potency to this." So I think that automatically.
Yeah.
You know.
Barrack Soul, did you address challenges with charm and or audacity?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. I appreciate you.
The Golden Sun Boy didn't get to shine last time.
It's okay. Barrack is taking a back seat, and that's the way it should be right now.
Yeah. Late comer to the party. Did you all address your expressed beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
Yep.
No.
Wonderful. And then the last question is, did you struggle with issues from your vice or trauma?
I think it's a no for me.
Wait,
I'm free of trauma, so no.
Maybe I feel like was Havoc pretty reckless this last job.
I mean, you
I feel like there's some reckless moments.
hyperspace jump into a hangar,
we did.
which granted was
Yeah.
Gear's idea, but still,
You had to do.
you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds unstable, though. Just suggesting that, so I think I'm gonna go with yes for that.
That sounds
Yeah,
reasonable.
you guys are just twin forces of unhealth right now.
Yeah.
A peek behind the curtain. I will say, I was planning, if you hadn't done what you did, I was planning on Barrack doubling back to manually pilot the ship to the other gate and do that. And
Well, I need you here. Okay, we need.
I would have had him get off in a pod before it hit.
Yeah.
Make his way back.
Struggle. Wait, did I express my beliefs, treasure, heritage, or background? Yeah.
Who are we really, you know? Deep inside.
There might be beliefs, drives, and heritages that Gears only knows deep within himself. So the answer is always yes.
Well,
I think the answer is genuinely yes here.
No. No.
No. The answer is always yes.
If you'd like to hear my argument, I can give it. But I promise that there's.
I just trust you. I mean, no one called me out. You know?
Everybody here but Justin trusts you.
I believe you. I do think it's interesting to be like, this is why I think.
You can have exposition, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So I was just gonna say that scene in the cockpit, or not cockpit, the bridge for this much larger ship, where it was like very clear that these people were not involved. Hey, your boss sucks. That's fair. I am going to disable some of your other ships.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a very like, oh yeah, you're like me. It's just that you're stuck in this situation like me, like I was, and I'm gonna give you this out because
I love that.
I love that. Yeah.
Okay, give him 3 pips. Give him 3 XP.
No. Honestly, it wouldn't be enough anyways.
1 XP for every person who was on the bridge.
The only track I possibly could have filled this round was prowess, and that was and I did with that. So that's it.
Amazing. I'm not super interested if you filled up an attribute track, but did anyone get a playbook advancement?
Not I.
Okay. I was really hoping one last playbook advancement. But it doesn't seem like it.
I would have loved to. I was literally looking at playbooks, like the other playbooks moves, and then I was like, oh, there's no way I could get enough XP.
Well, who knows what the pro sound sector will look like after this job. Perhaps there'll be time to grow and change still. Crew advancement? Did you successfully complete an extraction or bounty?
No.
Indeed not.
This
We have never lived into this
We don't have a ship.
You don't have a ship, but you still have a job. So
And we're still a crew.
you're still a crew.
Part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the crew, part of the crew. Without a ship, still a crew.
Did you contend
With Havoc suit, if we hold hands, we become a ship.
True. You're very right. You're very right.
Did you contend with challenges above your current station?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And boy, did I feel it every roll.
Is someone marking this for us?
Yeah, I just marked it and someone unmarked it.
I'm sorry. I was like,
What the hell, Nick?
Did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one?
I think we
Daring.
bolstered it.
I think we bolstered it, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you could have possibly done something more daring.
I
than what we
agree.
just did.
This might be the most daring thing in all of reality. And the last question is: did you express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew?
Inner conflict, because Havoc was like, "Hey, I'm gonna damage the ship again."
And essential nature, I think, too.
Man.
For Graves, it's for sure in the essential nature category.
Well, yeah, I think the job itself is just an expression of all of that, and
Yeah.
the various
what you've
ways
been
we,
building to. Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
we've
for sure.
So
individually.
we advanced as a crew.
Amazing.
Are any of these gonna matter?
Well, if our crew quality goes up, which it can't because we don't have enough money, it would have mattered. Well, we can look at ship advancements. Give me a second.
I mean, the ship is blown up, but I think there might be some special abilities
Yeah,
under.
But what if
the
we
golden
chose
sun.
Alien Pet?
That doesn't make any sense because you still have to. You still have to explain how you have that advancement now.
Could do. I think we could make snatch and grab reasonable, like a reasonable thing.
But we're not rolling it another engagement roll, are we?
yeah, we are.
I guess we are. It's a
the
new
last
job.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If we decided to go with like infiltration or something for the last job,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Ooh. Yeah.
Um,
That's like the only one that I feel like could.
The only
Fine.
thing though is that in order for this to apply, we'd have to be planning on kidnapping Vorex, and I don't think that's the plan.
Yep.
Well, it also says extraction, so we could be extracting our friends if you wanted to go that way.
Where does it say extraction?
Execute a kidnapping or extraction.
Oh, I'm just looking at the thing on the character sheet, and it doesn't say that.
Oh, it said that in this rules reference. I don't know if this one.
Let's take a look.
Not a huge deal.
Or
either.
extraction. Yeah, you're right.
Cool.
I don't know why it's not in there. Oops.
Would you also let us take a special ability from a star dancer class?
No.
Not star dancer. No, sorry. The class that
Like a
goes
veteran
beyond class.
ability.
Yeah, veteran. Yeah.
Oh, I guess you do have that ability. Sure. Yeah. you could pick-
Sensible.
you
What
could
are you
pick
looking
something
at,
from any-
Nick?
I don't know. I was just wondering if we could look. I was like,
okay.
I didn't actually look yet. I was just like, maybe there's something useful in one of the other ones.
Yeah, we have 2 veteran slots we haven't used, so we could look at the other ones.
You
Maybe
certainly-
getaway. We can get getaway back.
Didn't we already have a getaway?
Yeah, but we don't have it anymore because we.
We switch
Oh,
ships.
that makes sense.
Well, what's the third type of ship? Let me see. Fire Drake.
Let me just make sure there's not any special.
Ooh.
requirements for
Could
veteran.
do thrill seekers, and each of us gets another stress box.
Yep.
Ooh. Where is that?
Is there a fire drake? Probably. That would be
Oh
my
wait,
guess.
it costs 3 upgrades to unlock, not just 1.
Oh, darn.
Thrill Seekers?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yikes. Expensive.
Yeah, makes sense though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the veteran abilities?
Veteran just
well,
means you can
Veteran abilities
choose
just
from.
means it's from
Oh.
a different book.
Yeah, you can choose from another place.
Yeah. We can. Ooh.
Do forged and fire.
Um,
Your crew has been toughened by cruel experience. You each get plus 1d to all resistance rolls.
ooh, yeah.
Oh, that kind of feels.
That feels like-
narratively-
Yeah, especially after this, like all of us kind of go into this a little hard-hearted and like ready to.
Ready to die.
I mean, the plan went it was still successful, but it
Sideways.
went as poorly as it possibly could have and still been successful. Like
That's
all of
true.
our
The
friends are
definition
dead.
of you failed successfully.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I like
Failing
that. I
upwards,
like Forge and Fire.
I'll take it.
Okay. All right. I like it. Let me copy that and add that over.
Thanks.
Okay,
buddy.
cool. You're gonna Justin.
Nice.
you.
Thanks, GM.
What a GM we've got. Well,
GM. Thank you.
Check that off because
Jam.
GM.
Jam.
Nice
Jam.
job you got there.
Jams
Oh,
are
what a
jam.
gem. What a gem.
What a gem of a jam.
You
Yeah,
all.
Gem.
You all.
Yeah, mwah.
You're the best. All right.
Hmm.
Does anyone have any downtime activities?
I would like to start a
Anything.
long-term project.
Yeah, to do what?
Stop. Why are you doing this to
I
us?
want to make a chair.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What action do you think you're using?
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
I'm gonna make a chair.
I am going to Barrick like kind of silently like reaches into his pockets and puts his dice cup and like a big bag of drugs on the floor and just I'm going to take the edge off before we die. Any of you are welcome to join me.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, what the heck? And he'll and Gears will sit down. What the?
For to be clear to the audience and to Justin, I'm trying to open the door for anyone to indulge vice together.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
You like Gears will pick something
Yeah.
up and like look like he's gonna take it, and then he'll say, "Hey." Sorry, I'm trying to think of some way to make this like narratively interesting.
I thought I missed a cue. I was like, did he say hey just to me? Oh no.
I immediately paused because I'm like trying to put it together.
Hi. Hello.
I want to like make a bet that we're going to win, which seems kind of purposeless, but like I don't know.
I like
the
that.
spirit of it though.
Yeah, I just don't know what to put down.
But don't havoc.
I bet you all havoc in that.
Me.
No, what do you think the odds are on us winning out, pulling through?
1,000 to 1 at its best.
Oh, that's gonna be a real good payout then. All I have for collateral is my life, and I'll offer it. Okay, well, Barrick, you're kind of new here, so it's you're
I'll take your
semi
life.
included. Okay, all right, fine. I was
Losing Barrick
mostly,
shoots you
okay, fine.
on this
It's
ramp.
I will.
No, I've got a wager for you, Gears.
All right, what we got?
I'll bet you the rights to name our next ship that we all come out of this alive.
Oh, he won't bet that.
Deal.
And I slapped Barrick a little too hard.
No,
On the
and
back.
then but like right as you hit him, Gears is like, deal.
Graves turns and smiles at you, Gears. He hasn't smiled in a while. Dude puts down his like really menacing looking crown. Just been trying to attune and connect to what parts of the raiment we have for forever and been exasperated. This is a bit of a reprieve.
Havoc sits down and goes, "All right, y'all are fucking weird. I'm betting cred."
Can we get a Corvette next time? I'm kind of, we've been in the frigate class for a while. I just feel like we can.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see what's available.
Havoc
Maybe we'll just
also
take that flagship. Yeah. I'm sorry, what? What?
Havoc also begins pulling out a pilot-specific item that he's never used before. He starts pulling out his victory cigars and starts passing them around to everyone.
Graves will accept.
Yeah, as will Barrett.
Gears will put it into his mouth and be like, well, I never really believed in jinxes anyways, so this is great. And he'll just pull out a lighter. He just has a lighter, and he will light everybody's cigars for them.
Yeah.
We might not get a chance to smoke these after, so...
We can consider this a small victory anyway. Today we proved to the hegemony that they're not untouchable.
We punched them in the dick, actually. I think that's the...
All their dicks.
A collective dick punch is I guess it's just the Montrester crew special. Just
maybe we take a moment though. I don't know all your friends as well as you guys did, but I pull out like a flask and I just pour some on the floor. We honor the memories of those we lost today.
This is an excellent ritual. And Graves just goes down to the floor and starts licking up the liquor that you poured out.
Gears is pulling out a flask and like stifles a laugh as hard as he can, and is like undoes it and pours out a little, and he's like, for praxis.
For praxis. Humans get some traditions right. And then he grabs the remaining flask and just eats it. Sorry, Dirk.
Oh, well. Can I have a sip of yours, Gears?
Yeah, it's already like in your face.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Sounds like you all are indulging your vice.
Justin, thank you for paying attention.
Good guy.
Go ahead and roll.
And remember, guys, since you're with a hedonist, you can choose to add or reduce the result by 2. Since I'm with
Oh, thank you. Oh, hedonism is so helpful.
What do we? I always fucking forget.
I know.
Your lowest
Lowest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm always like, what do I do? I'm always indulging, and how do I not know this yet?
Oh, thank you so much, Havoc. I rolled a 3, so adding 2 lets me clear everything, which is perfect.
I rolled a 4, so adding 2 lets me clear almost everything, which is a far cry from almost being dead. So
I rolled a 5.
I can add or subtract 2.
Yes, to whatever you roll.
Okay. 2, I'll add 2 for 4.
Nice.
Okay.
I needed that. Oy, oy, oy. Down back to 2 stress.
Yeah, so I think we're all just sort of like laughing and toasting and smoking cigars on our way to this.
Kissing.
Into what you're assuming is your death.
There's a couple of kisses.
I know
Keep that away from me.
I know I'm new to the group, and we need to make sure that Graves gets his shot to open the gate. But if you guys could do me a favor and just make sure I survive this, that'd be great.
Was that always the goal? I thought you were here to die. Was that not, guys? And he just turns to die.
That confusion may be my fault. But no, I would. If there could only be one survivor, I really want it to be me. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
That's pretty fair.
To be fair, you did just sort of get roped up into all of this.
Yeah, I didn't realize you guys were going to be going out in your blaze of glory this soon after I met you.
Yeah. Oh no, that's pretty. Yeah. It's been like a journey for us, and I realized that it is immediately the arrival destination for you. That is,
yeah. But if we do die, I haven't met a lot of people I'd be more honored to do it next to.
I have no idea what we did to earn that, but I appreciate it. That's for sure.
Graves sheds a tear. He's also had a lot to drink. But he wraps you up in a big hug, Barrick, and says, after we lost Praxis, I didn't think I'd welcome another human. You're a welcome addition, Sunshine.
You might want to welcome the addition of some shampoo at some point.
He doesn't know what that is.
I'm about to die, so don't worry about it.
Gears pulls out another flask. There's like half-eaten ones like littering the ground. He just keeps pulling them out as Graves keeps finishing them.
Yeah, Graves thinks they're just like gushers, basically.
Yeah, he's like, "Ooh, juicy."
It's a juicy sentence.
Does anyone have anything else they'd like to do downtime action wise? Does anyone want to indulge their vice twice? Does anyone have any stress to get rid of?
No, I don't have any more that makes sense to do here.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
You're all pretty low. It's a gamble for sure.
I'll take the risk thanks to having a hedonist in the group.
Okay.
I have 2 stress to clear, and I'd like to try to.
So you're safe if you roll up to a 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Which is that's a good gamble.
That's not bad.
That's a solid gamble.
No, that's a 5. So
But let's see here.
what a way to end the
You
game.
still clear the stress. You still clear the stress.
Yeah, you
The
still
hole just opens up in the wall of the shuttle, and Graves gets sucked.
You just had a really quality moment, and then just.
I feel like that's a great fanfic alternate right there.
Yeah.
I do think we'll play around with this a little bit, right?
Sure.
I think it'll just be that I'll give you 2 heat. You don't necessarily need to brag about it, because who would you brag to here?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think maybe that means like, word got out that a Ramdan was going to go open the Hantu gate, and that's what added some more heat, right? There was
a news reporter
What if
who's
it- what if
reporting all
it-
of this live.
Yeah, you could kind of skin it as like word got out about Ramdan going to open the gate, and now heat has turned up on all Ramdan just by virtue of being Ramdan.
100%. Yeah, something like that. I also think rash action maybe could work. Maybe you just toss some coins out of the ship. That seems a little less reasonable.
I won't need these anymore. Just shoves them out a little slot.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. That feels within Graves to be like, I don't need any money anymore.
Well, yeah. Nihilism is taking over. Yeah, I'll just eat some money.
Can I recover? Like
You can, yeah.
Okay. It's just like some basic. I only have a level 1 harm anyways.
I
That's
will let
a good
you.
idea, actually.
I will let you recover.
Yeah, that's probably do that.
Yeah, we'll say we have just some first aid. Maybe there's even a first aid kit in this.
Yeah, maybe there's
basket.
like a
Does anyone have?
We
no
drink
one
the
has-
rubbing alcohol out of it. We're like,
No one
Does anyone
has
have what?
any doctor. No
No.
one has any
No.
pips and doctor.
No pips.
right, but I
How
only have a.
We want to do this.
Well,
It's just a level 1 harm.
yeah. I have
so-
2 level 1 harm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think level 1 harms. Yeah, I'm fine with that. You're just taking a moment to patch yourself up. I would say anything
Yeah.
more than that would be very.
you
I'm
can't
just
even
trying to-
roll it.
I'm just trying to figure out how in the fiction getting rid of Havoc's level 1 memory access feedback looks like. Maybe he just meditates for a while.
Well,
I mean,
Gears has some knowledge of the way. Like he can
Sure.
try to reach in and
sure,
do a
maybe
little
there's
help.
something there. Yeah.
I had like a mild concussion, so Gears probably finds some
Yeah, I had to,
medication.
You know,
and
Barrick is very handsome. Looking at him might even help you.
just like fix it. Yeah. Well, there's also a pile of drugs in front of us, so there's that.
It's true. You can just be high.
Short term, yeah. That's
That
basically
seems
just
more-
a fix.
That
for any
seems more
sort of
Havoc
level
coded.
one. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. All right. I think that's
Now
everybody's thing, yeah?
my only harm I have marked is patricide.
So now, what do we? I have not actually done the recover roll very much. What do we do to get rid of him here?
You just take the recover action and get rid of your level 1 harms.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so we can't really get rid of anything higher.
Correct, because
Could we need a doctor for that, right?
I mean, you could, but whoever is you're using is doing the doctoring is rolling 2 dice and taking a lower. So
right. Okay.
it's just going to be basically ineffective.
Yeah. The one time Mordecai would have been useful.
And the healing.
He was useful during the jobs he was at.
He was.
Yeah.
And Justin, a reminder, like
Johnny,
with the healing clock,
Mm-hmm.
that has to fill. It doesn't accumulate across multiple downtimes, correct?
It does accumulate over multiple
unless
downtimes
you get another harm.
if you don't take another harm. If you take
Nice.
another harm, it resets.
Okay. Yeah.
But
All right, then I've still got my mild concussion and my laser burn.
it's the last job.
Yeah.
It's the last job. I think you all indulge your vice, so you don't have to mark extra stress. What's the plan? What are the 6 plans are we doing?
Oh, the question of questions, Justin.
We're gonna go with die gloriously, right?
Yeah.
Okay, love
That's
it.
Where's the option for that?
Again, there's assault, deception, infiltration, mystic, social, and
Yeah.
transport.
So I'm trying to think of a way that. So this is me guessing. I'm guessing that he's assuming that we're going to be taking this like tram to follow him. So we could kind of use that to sort of enter in another way as the tram arrives. You know, maybe he has some sort of like force that'll be distracted by the arrival of the tram. I don't know how that looks. It might have to involve spacesuits of some kind to sort of.
Problem is that we don't already know with precision where he is.
Yeah.
I think we know that he's going to be ready for us, and I don't know that there's much we can do about that.
Yeah.
So, kind of just think it's an assault.
That's where my brain tends to go to.
Because this mission is going to be very graves coded. Assault is also very graves coded.
Yeah. I just want to ask, because I haven't developed enough thinking around this across this campaign, but like, is there anything significant to the mystic option in terms of leveraging the raiment?
I mean, that is really up to you.
I know, but I need help thinking about it. That's how bad I am at thinking about it.
Okay. Kind of circling back to like Danny's suggestion about like finding a different way in. Gears could try to use the way to figure out maybe a more general location of the bad guy, and Graves could create like a little darkness bubble.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pause you for just a moment, just because here's maybe this helps, right? Like, it's not that you are at any point using like mystic or way or power, right? You can do that regardless of what planning you pick.
Sure.
This is to say, like, your goal is to stop Vorex. Is there a way that we could use the way to do that? Perhaps, like, this is just off the top of my head. You don't have to run with this, but you're like, oh, maybe we use the raiment to, instead of engaging him on this plane inside the gate, maybe we pull all of us into the way and fight there. You know what I mean? Like, that would be, I think, a way that you would say our plan is a mystic plan.
Yeah. I mean, pursuant to that thought, our ultimate goal, like, I think as we've discussed it, our goal is not necessarily to defeat Vorex. It is to open the gate and let the Ramdan in, which requires the use of the way, therefore making it a mystic plan.
Yeah, that works with me. Any mechanical considerations that I'm not aware of, that, you know, or is it just like, therefore we choose one detail, you know, related to arcane power? Like,
what does it change?
We've done one mystic plan, I think, this whole campaign. Maybe.
Yeah.
It really is all. It just says mystic or arcane power. So
yeah, cool.
It's really up to you.
I'm down with that logic, and I love the idea fodder.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I think it just makes I guess it's the focus for the job is just we're getting the raiment. We're that's the
We're
goal.
completing the raiment and opening the gate. And that's like Vorex is an afterthought. Like
Sure.
the rest of us basically need to hold him off until the
Graves
Ramdan can get it. Until Graves can get the Ramdan through.
Great.
Yeah.
So the arcane power in this case is the
We're
ring.
reverse Thanosing.
Yep.
That's reverse Thanos. Power. Okay, I dig it. Yeah. So. Okay, so the arcane power is the full power of the raiment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. That's the detail of the plan.
For which we need 3 pieces, right? Including the gate itself. Because we need like there's 2 pieces that
Vorex
had. Because there was a piece that the
he has the sword and the armor.
had. Yeah, the sword, the breastplate, and the sword. Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. Those are the last 2.
That poor Ashtari cult member.
Okay.
Remember that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we're still in here with their corpse, by the way. They're just.
Yep.
We just had that delightful
You
moment
guys just
next to a
watched
corpse.
me get a
that
bunch of
Graves
blood
just
on the book for funsies, so had to feed the tenant.
So yeah,
During our,
I guess we all just decided not to address that. I forgot
no,
that that's
during
what
our
we ended.
gambling scene, there's a Weekend at Bernie's moment where
Oh, yeah.
Weekend at Bernie's.
What do you bet, Mr. Ashtari Cold member?
Puppeteering him, guys. That is so awesome and dark.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a couple questions just because I want to like tease this out a little bit.
Yeah.
Generally, the plan helps influence the engagement roll, right? It helps me figure out the scene that we're opening.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see that when you look at the other details of the other plans, like the point of infiltration, how we're starting the deception, who's the social contact that we're initially talking to. So I totally get that the end goal is to use the raiment to open up the portal, the gate. How are you using that right now to start the job?
I like Nick's. Yeah. Nick's point.
Yeah, so I think it's twofold. It's not just the raiment. I think Gears is going to try to use the way to kind of figure out where to go, maybe give us some intel. But it's also then Graves. I think Graves should just go ham with the parts that we have, and like it's like a shock and awe.
Okay,
he's rolling in almost like it, and they'll do the flash in and out of like the vision he had of the other like ancient Ramdan with all of the pieces, where he was just like cruising through the battlefield. It's just going to be that, but Graves and with less pieces.
That's perfect. I love that. It's basically an assault, but a mystic assault.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm tracking now. All right, that's helpful.
Where again, the goal, the goal of the infiltration isn't necessarily even to just like kill everybody. It's like we're here and we mean business, kind of.
Yes. We need to get to the other pieces so we can open the gate. But for now, we're just trying to cruise our way through with the arcane power that we do have. Yeah. I love it. I've wrapped my head around it. Reset your gamuts and armor if you had it marked from last time, which I think everybody marked armor. And, tell me what item loadouts you've got, keeping in mind what you chose last time and that you wouldn't necessarily be able to probably wouldn't be able to go up.
Yeah, you could go
might be
down.
able to shed some load though.
Yeah, I definitely think you could shed load. I don't know if you would narratively be able to add load.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with heavy.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the heavy as well.
I'm gonna stick with heavy too.
I'm also just gonna. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna, as with armor, like on a narrative standpoint, it's kind of like it's sort of like
we can say
Halo,
Gears
your shield regenerates sort of thing, or
it's shield, or you took a little time to repair. There's ways around that.
Like hand wave it a little bit.
Gears technically gets a free action to repair the ship every downtime. So
I'm
repaired our armor. Whatever.
I'm fine.
With that, kind of on the same topic. Sorry, I don't want to take too much time on this, but I marked I marked a pair of fine blasters or fine pistols or whatever that I had. I should keep those marked, obviously, because those are physical.
I would say if you marked something in last time, you probably need to have it. I don't know if you necessarily need to use it, but you at least need to know I have that thing.
Right. Cool.
I'm just gonna keep mine marked.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that we should. I makes sense to keep it marked, but I just want.
It's fine with you. It's so funny. We like literally before this, we had a big discussion about the next Forge in the Dark game we're going to play and what like deep cut rules we want to use for that. And I think like a similar mentality applies here. Like if you had marked heavy items, you probably still have them marked.
Yeah. So I'm leaving like those, and I'm going to leave my armor as an item marked that I have armor, even though I reset the uses of the armor.
Yep. Yes. Yep. I'm fine with that. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Cool.
Does someone have an ability that makes all of our armor heavy, or did I?
We have a ship ability that makes it all heavy.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what it was.
Yep.
A crew ability.
Loaded for bear. It also gives us +1 load.
Yep, I knew about the plus 1 load.
4 bears?
Yeah.
That's a lot of bears.
Invisible bears.
We each have 4 bears on our person.
That's a lot of bears.
Okay. Everyone's got their loadout. Everyone has gambit and armor. Let's build the engagement roll.
Amazing.
All right.
I'm gonna give
What do
you
we
a
get
die
for having 16 bears?
You get a okay. I'm gonna actually take away a die for that
That's fair.
because bears are chaotic, and you don't. Who are they gonna attack? You don't know. Could be you. Could be someone else. Could be each other.
16 bears and 1 goat walk into a gate.
Into a gate.
Into a game.
I'm gonna give you a die for sheer luck. Is the operation particularly bold or daring? I do think so. Yeah. I think it's very bold and daring. And I don't think it's overly complex or contingent on many factors. It's pretty much in some ways it's very akin to the last job, which is like we don't really care about who we kill along the way. We're not even trying to kill people. We're just trying to get to this point to do this thing.
Yeah. In this particular, since people are just obstacles and we're moving obstacles.
Yes. Does the plan's detail expose the vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I don't think so.
Not in an obvious way.
I don't think in an obvious way. I do think it was interesting that you were discussing this. I do think there's a sense of which just going head in is something that Vorex is prepared for. I think if you had chosen something like infiltration, there might have been. I probably would have given you a die for that. But I think I'm going to take away a die for this.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
All of our friends and contacts have been captured by this dude.
So
or they're either dead or captured.
They're killed.
I want to try and give you as much of a foot as possible on this job. I think I'm going to say yes to this. Because I think getting to this point required your friends and contacts.
Yeah.
And I want to honor the narrative impact of losing all of your friends and allies to this moment. You lost them, they're gone. But they helped you get to this point.
Yeah.
And I think that's important.
Real quick, Maris and the Wreckers are dead, huh?
As far as you know.
I just once again
own the Bornica.
My God.
Yeah, you just killed Yatu for nothing. I mean, and that's so tragic. That's what's tragic about it, though, right? Like, I loved how optimistic and confident you all were going into this, and I'm like, this is gonna go so bad. Like, so many people are gonna die, and they're not talking or thinking about it. And even I brought it up so much in character, and you're like, we're fine. I'm like, okay. But I love it. It's just so it's Anyway.
It reminds me of the very first scene in the Suicide Squad.
It is very much like that. Yeah. So I will give you a dice for your friend's contacts providing aid or insight, but the reason I want to give it to you is because I would have taken a dice away for enemies or rivals interfering in this. This is the last job. 100% enemies and rivals interfering.
Who?
Are there any elements that you want to consider? Lower tier target, higher tier target.
The Rainmans? Or do we already consider that in the Mystic Plan?
So my question around that is essentially like, is there any aspect of it being a surprise that we would have gotten as many pieces of the raiment as we have?
He knew that we had
He
as much as
knew.
we had, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure that was confirmed. Okay.
So here's where my head is at. Because if I just take a die away, you're rolling 2 die and taking the lower, which feels, I think, narratively appropriate because this is pretty desperate gambit already.
Yeah.
I would be okay with saying that the pieces of the raiment you have can sort of negate the difference in tier. It's a big difference. Vorex is tier 4. So I want to know what you all think.
We do have a comparatively significant amount of the raiment.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's
I'm agreeing with you. Like, yeah.
I think the other piece
I think that would be the only argument is that difference in tier is negated by how many pieces of the raiment you have.
I don't know if this feels like fluff to you or not. To me, it feels equally strategically significant. If, I mean, this is an if, I don't know, GM. Is it truly known what each piece of the raiment does? Because if Vorex doesn't know,
ones we have. Oh, you mean to everybody?
Technically,
Vorex
it's in
doesn't
the
know.
book, but he doesn't have the book.
Yeah.
Like if Vorex doesn't know what each piece does,
Sure.
that's an advantage for us as well.
Yeah.
That's fair. I hear you. I hear that. I hear you. I'll tell you what. I like that. I hear your arguments. I will not take a die away.
Whoa.
So instead of rolling Steve 2 dice and taking the lower, you're gonna roll 1 dice. I still think that feels desperate enough.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I feel it.
I'm feeling it.
One die.
I feel it. I feel it. I get to roll this one, huh?
You get to roll it. The last job, my friend.
Hey, no pressure.
One last
This
job.
is your one chance.
Thanks.
Your last roll. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. But if you screw this up, none of us are ever gonna forgive you.
Y'all, it's been a great time. What has it been, a full year playing this? Not quite. I don't know.
A little over.
A little over a year? Woo! Let's get Scummy and Villainous. 4.
Hey, that's a mixed result. I
mean, a mixed result is, that's one of the results that makes sense to me.
Yeah, you were supposed to do good, and you kind of did shitty. But
you did just kind of shitty. Just a little shitty.
I have some fun ideas.
I would love to hear from you, Steve, as you can see that this tram is getting to the gate.
Yeah.
It's like about to open. You're about to go into the gate itself. I would love for you to tell me like what Graves is doing to prepare and what that looks like when the door opens and you just rush in with this mystic arcane power.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's that slow, like we're moving along the rail and like it starts from like a distant, like it pans on to us at a distance and you can just kind of see the outlines of our familiar figures. My horns plus the wreath of night probably being a bit of a standout.
Yeah.
And as the sort of tram car approaches the camera, we just hear a swell of like what sound at first like whispers, but then clearly are more like roaring voices, and then it just cuts to like really close on Graves' eyes, and he is clearly replaying the visions of the Ramdan in battle, wearing the full raiment of night. He's got the cloak. He has the midnight wreath. He's got the tenet in hand, still covered in blood, though dried a bit now. But he's missing the armor and the sword. Mm-hmm. And I think it's almost prayer-like. And I think he would say this aloud, though sort of mumbled and subdued. I'm coming, brothers and sisters. Help me. And I think if I could take the indulgence of upon arrival, that gate opening moment.
Please, that's what I'm asking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Like once it does slide apart, I kind of picture, I don't know why, what would this cause? Yeah, I think like a swell of just like weird dark purple and black energy emanating from kind of all of us as we enter into the space. And as things come into focus, I kind of want to see what we see. But
I just wanted to get
that. Yeah,
I just wanted to get kind of the attitude and the way that you're opening in this gate, because as soon as the gate opens, you are met with easily a couple dozen grunts. Hired by Vorex mercenaries who have been tasked. They knew you were coming. They've been tasked with destroying you as soon as you opened up. So you are immediately met with combat.
Yeah, but no sign of Vorex here to meet us at the door. Correct.
No,
he's a bit too conservative for that. Apparently,
correct.
One survives this long. It makes sense.
We gotta pull it out. We gotta have that final juicy confrontation with Vorex at the end.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll save what I have for Vorex then. I was excited to jump right into what I'm thinking with that. But I think I have to hold off on using the raiment until that moment, despite the blood pumping in Graves, despite his desire to just unleash whatever power he can.
Okay.
As he just kind of scans the room and sees people who look insignificant compared to our target. I think he just goes into a Ramdan rage. And I think he'll combo his Vibro Blade. And I think it's called a Heavy Blaster, because isn't that the one that's actually used typically for like vehicle engagement?
Yeah. So it's just
I'm hoping that will help compensate for the numbers.
Sure.
Of the enemy.
So you charge forward, blaster and sword in hand. I think Gears, since this is the second time he's done this, I think he's going to push himself and use the way to sort of start floating again, and sort of just like glide around the battlefield. Like he's going to go wide and start like flanking and start shooting with his classic revolver style blaster.
It's starting to sound like a little bit of a group action.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Eric Soul and Havoc Plex got anything?
Havoc's just he's just slowly walking forward using his heavy blaster. Covering fire. If
Graves is your tank as he walks forward and you walk behind him.
I think Eric is picking up the rear and kind of like watching for gaps. So like anytime there's somebody who makes it through the heavy fire that you guys are putting down, he's taking like more isolated shots on the people.
Y'all, this is your Guardians of the Galaxy moment right here. Yeah, it's just imagining
yours comes flying out as
fucking incredible.
There's the doors open. There's like a very pregnant pause, and then like just some 80s rock ballad just blares through the entire. And we're just like,
100%. Yes, it's fucking dope. It sounds like Graves is the leader. It sounds. I mean, I won't tell you what action, but it sounds like Scrap.
No, I think we're doing sway or maybe study.
Yeah, we're convincing them to die. That's what making the best argument we can.
Are we interested in dying right now?
Or no?
All right. I mean, the role was that this is a risky position, so it has to be risky.
Yep.
And I think that we're looking at a standard effect. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Your goal is ultimately to get past them, right? So you can continue on through the gate. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a clock for that then. I think that makes
Okay.
sense.
That's great.
I will say that it is 6 segments, and I will just say get past guards.
Mm-hmm.
So however you want to do that, if you want to kill them all, if you want to just rush past them, it's up to you. But I will say that this is a standard effect. You will add a standard amount of progress towards the clock of getting past them.
Okay. Does having the the vibroblade be fine, and does using a heavy blaster alter anything as far as effect?
It does not, I think, because there's more of them. I'm taking that and the fact that you're doing this as a group action and already have that scale. That is what is making it a standard effect.
Okay.
When in reality, if you hadn't have done that, it probably would have been more limited because there are a lot more of them than you.
How many gambits do we have to spend? 2. Okay. I don't think we'll need it just yet.
Nope.
So let's group action it up, yeah?
Let's do it.
See how much you guys stress me out. Scrap it is.
I got a 4.
Got a 5.
Okay.
I got a
6.
Okay. It's only Havoc when you're the group leader that you get multiple 6s, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Just a regular 6. Okay.
We should have had Havoc lead this.
Did
That
you?
would be
No,
hilarious.
it makes
I don't
sense.
think it made narrative sense. I don't think it made narrative sense.
Hilarious, I know.
Did somebody spend a gambit though on that roll?
No.
Okay, then add a gambit.
That's number 3.
Excellent.
Oh, dope.
We're going to use that.
Nice job.
Oh, baby.
You'll want it for sure. Then in that case, I will mark 2 of the 6 on the clock. You make it past about a third of them, taking out the ones that you need to keep making it past. You can see that there's still quite a lot of them in between you. There's like a couple up on like the like a second story that are like firing down at you with like turret guns, and then there are still some in your way.
For the guys above, can I, because I'm kind of floating around on the way, can I then like kind of like way jump up there and
okay,
like flank them from the side and like
sure. I'm gonna have this be just a Gears action. This feels like just a Gears action.
Whoa.
Yeah, he flies up, so he sees they start firing down and putting down suppressive fire, so he just flies up over and past them, and then as he like maybe the turrets have like a little shield projected in front, so he comes around and then he fans the hammer, quickly fires. I mean, it's not really a revolver, but he fans the hammer.
You got it. Yeah, you got to fan the hammer. Yeah.
Okay, so I will roll scrap for that.
That's fair. That's so fair. I think we're looking at risky. We'll say risky standard again.
I think it is fair because I already pushed myself for the way ability. Okay. All right. So, that is a 5 total, but I don't think that's how that works. I got a 2. I got 2 2s and a 1.
It is unfortunately,
dice.
Nick, not how this game works. I appreciate you trying.
I was like, I got 3 pips. I'm fine.
So I think you land and you take maybe like one of the turret guys out up here, but then across the way the other 2 see you and just spin their turrets and just cut across you. I mean, I think we're probably looking at a level 2 harm.
Can I resist to reduce
I mean, you certainly can. Yeah, you certainly can. It'll definitely reduce it. I don't think you'd be able to resist.
That's fair.
Some bullets hitting you.
Or it could mark armor and it would just...
Yeah.
Or you could mark armor.
Do I want to resist? I think I'll use an armor.
Okay.
There you go.
Sounds great. All right. So you take out one, but then you're about to try and take out the other on this side before you're just like these start hitting your armor. You're not taken out, but like the force of it still kind of knocks it out of you a little bit. And you can all see that Gears is kind of like pinned down now. up on that second floor.
Can I do something immediately?
You can, yeah.
Unless Havoc's got something really cool. My idea is to then, I cleared one guy off of a gun. Can I fly up to it and
just fire back?
Turn it, fire back.
Hell yeah, I love that. Hell yeah, that's dope. That's very cool.
Yeah, I guess it's just scrap again, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I imagine like you just like push yourself a little bit with the way right next to the turret, reach up and grab it, pull yourself up, and just like start firing back.
Yep.
From below, Havoc goes, I forget that he knows how to fly now.
You know, I'll be honest, I don't think I knew in the first place.
Stop talking. More killing. Vorex.
I think this might be desperate.
That's fair.
But I will say it's still standard.
Cool.
Just real quick,
I'm just going with scrap.
Steve saying that reminded me of last night at the Christmas dinner, Justin, when Rio was like, less talking, more eating.
Rio and Graves.
That kid's meant
peas in a pod.
Meant for television. Okay. This time I rolled a 6. So
great.
Feeling better about that.
So you do it. I'm gonna mark 2 more off of the get past the guards clock. As you see, like for a moment, Gears is like pinned down, and then almost quicker than you can see, turret fire is returned back, and he just like cuts down the people on the other side of the hallway. He cuts down the other person like on the floor that he's on, and then you start like laying some covering fire down on the guards on the bottom.
Yeah,
nice.
Excellent.
All right. Please go nuts.
Don't have anything else? Yeah.
Barrick, you got any ideas?
No, I think that Barrick is literally just like he like I said, he's kind of laying down suppressive fire where he can, but he feels woefully unequipped to lead anything here. So
just wanted to make sure I gave you a chance before I just try to go slaughter everybody again.
I'm here to support you.
I love it. Justin, would you say mayhaps that with fire now coming from on high from Gears, that some of these targets are vulnerable or weakened, mayhaps?
June haps I might.
July haps it is. I would like to add a die for Predator then.
Yeah. I don't think this is a group roll, and I kind of like just focusing on Graves for a little bit is you see this opportunity to just cut down a bunch of guards.
Yeah, and I think it is literally cutting down. So I stow the blaster and just kind of sprint, just make like a ramming dash.
Hell yeah.
I'm catching some with horns, some with the vibro blade, as I just kind of focus and try to line up those who seem to be under, like just following like a row of fire from Gears.
Yep.
Like trailing it.
Yep.
Against everybody who's looking up and trying to dodge him.
Oh,
it's like that. It's like that
cool.
side pan sequence from 300 where it focuses on Leonidas. Just
it's the lobbing drill.
So fucking cool. I assume scrap.
Yeah, I think this is the strongest my rolls can get because I'm getting +1 from the melee on Wrecking Crew and +1 from Predator.
Yeah,
so 5 dice.
I'm gonna say risky standard.
Love it. It is a 6.
Okay, and with that,
though not a double 6. So
with that, what I'll say is that you cut down enough of them that it is very clear that you can just keep on racing further into the gate. I will say I don't think you've killed all of the mercenaries here.
Yeah,
but you've killed the vast majority of them. That even if they were to chase you, it wouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yep. Excellent.
Let's go.
Let's move. Like without wasting time on any of the stragglers.
Yeah.
Graves charges into whatever seems like the most opportune tunnel or doorway.
Yeah, it's I should explain. It's very large. It's like a large hallway basically. Like the ceilings are like 30 feet high.
Yeah.
like very, very high, very, very wide open as well too. Like there's pretty much just like one way to go.
That's a D&D question. How tall is the ceiling?
It does it seem hangery? Like, is this used at various points for other larger things, or
no? I wouldn't say hangery. It's almost what's the word I'm looking for? Grand and exquisite.
it's more of a thing of taste.
Yes, it's an aesthetic.
Yeah. All right.
Well, Vorex didn't make the gates. This is just like how the gates look on the inside.
The gate itself. I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. But I am essentially following. We're all following a sort of tunnel.
Exactly. You're kind of just running down the hallway. Exactly. Yeah. I'm not gonna make you roll. I think you've already filled the clock, so you can get to past them and get to the next place. The four of you kind of like move further in, and after like moving for a bit, you come into this like more open room, and it's a very, very long room. Like I'm thinking like football field length room. And when you get into this room, Graves, you kind of stop for a moment because there are these Ramdan in front of you, like littered kind of like throughout this hallway. But you stop because they're not there. They're not tangible. And you all see this. They're sort of like wispy and ethereal. And the scene right in front of you, and you can see that there are almost like multiple sections to this hallway, but like what's right in front of you is it's a scene of Ramdan, and they appear to be like tilling fields. You can see like wispy like farm like rows as well too. And they're doing it next to what looks like Vorex, or someone that looks like Vorex.
What does Vorex look like?
I've told you before. It's like an almost humanoid, but like taller, and just kind of like a little bulkier, and like just skin. There isn't a lot of like hair and whatnot. They're kind of just like a big gray.
For some reason, I've always just imagined something similar to the engineers from.
From I think it's a lot like that. Yes, that's 100% kind of what it was in my head.
And does Vorex seem also to be wispy and incorporeal?
Correct. And I'd like to mention it's not Vorex, but it's in the same way that like it's not Graves. You see these other random, but you see creatures that look like Graves and creatures that look like Vorex, and they're kind of working together on this field.
Huh. Wow.
Does this make you stop at all? Or
I think it's a strange overcoming sadness and a bit of confusion to see what feels like a peaceful scene of the and the Ramdan, and to see something that feels very idyllic and home-like, but home in a sense that I haven't experienced in too long. Stop with your tricks. Graves yells into the hallway and just like shakes his head.
Nothing happens, and it just kind of like echoes along the halls. Tricks.
Gears like stops midair.
Gears, what is this?
What is what? What are you talking about?
You can all see holograms. You all see this.
Oh, we can all see it?
We can all see it. We can all see it.
I was certain it was so I don't he's just trying to get in our heads. Just ignore him. I mean, if you want to ask him after we knock his teeth in, we can have him like write it down or something.
Right. And Graves tries to steady himself and run forward.
And I'll say that you tell me when Graves would just like stop, if he does at all, or if you just pass by these scenes and take it in passively.
Yeah, if the scenes are all the same as what you've described, I think he is trying to, at this point, just pick up pace and stuff down the sort of feelings of confusion, because he has decided on his enemy, he's decided on his plan. He just wants to open the gate.
Yeah. I think out of pure curiosity, Havoc might try like running a hand through one of them.
It's like mist.
Yeah.
It's
it's like a hologram. It's like,
and I know it's not a hologram. It's
Yeah, I kind of reach out with the.
Do you want to know? Sure.
Yep,
I was about to see if there's a gather information, but now that you're doing an action, let's do it.
Yep.
Why don't you give me an action?
I will attune.
Yep, that sounds right. I'm gonna say
so way coded this entire job so far. I love it.
I'm gonna say controlled, and standard. You'll be able to tell what this is.
I'm just gonna roll it then. One fell. 4.
Okay. Okay, here's what it is. You can feel this. You can feel the ambient way power. This is not a hologram. This is not a trick. This does have something to do with the way. It feels like it might be connected to the raiment, but to know more about it, you'd have to push into it. And I think the minor complications / risky position you would encounter is that you'd be I don't want to use the word consumed, but you would find yourself a little bit more in this scene and would have to engage with it a little bit more.
To learn more, that is just
in order
to move on. Okay,
to move on / learn more. Yeah,
I think for a second. So he stopped, the floating thing for a little bit and talked to Graves, and as Graves tries to push through, he does. But I think Gears sort of stops for a second as he reaches out with the way, and instead of just the Ramdans and whatever Vorex is, if he is in her, he sees his father and his grandfather and working in the fields, which is what they always wanted to do. Just a utopia that that was always kind of promised to him as a child.
What do you say to Graves? Do you encourage him to you and the group to push into this and see what it is more, or?
Mm-hmm.
Graves.
Yeah.
This is some sort of wave projection. It could be one of the other Rainment's abilities or not, but I think instead of wondering if it's some sort of past long dead, we should just make it a future to hope for.
I like it. Having run through several of the mist-like apparitions at this point, and not seeing any real consequence as Graves keeps kind of doubling back and checking on his team.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is sort of a boon now for him.
Okay. I think then, I mentioned that like as you moved through this hallway, there are other types of scenes. But I think that if you are just running, you are not paying attention and you do not see what they are.
Oof. I mean, I love what you're doing, and it makes me curious from a player standpoint.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Graves would have the presence of mind or the willingness to risk any delay.
Yeah.
On sort of further probing these apparitions.
Yeah. I don't. It's an interesting choice.
I don't want to overcomplicate things, so I don't want to. Feel free to say I can't do this, but I think Barrick is bringing up the rear as we've established, and I don't see a situation where he doesn't check what this is. Like I feel like he would let them outpace him. He would get separated from the group in order to look closer at this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I that's fine. I like that. Barrick, the rest of them kind of run up ahead, and you kind of slow down a little bit to see what's going on. And like it's so, I'm picturing the three of them running ahead and like creating that thing where like someone runs through mist and it dissipates, but then pulls back together.
Swirl.
Exactly. And so like you see them run through this and it dissipates, but then after a little bit it gets pulled back together, and you kind of start to see these scenes where it appears that the Ramdan and the worked together or lived together in pretty peaceful harmony and cohabitation. It doesn't seem very advanced. It seems very like farming sort of technology. But there's these scenes where they're like digging and come across armor and come across a sword and come across. You realize you've seen them. You've heard them being talked about. They start to come across the raiments of night.
So I'm watching like scenes of what looks like the Ramdan and the together discovering the raiments, and neither of them making them.
Correct.
So it looks like the raiments are something even older.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
And then the scene turns. These scenes start to turn from like peaceful cohabitation to fighting over these things as they start to discover what they can do. And before you know it, there is a war that breaks out between the two. And lives of children and women and men are lost on both sides in what starts to turn into a stalemate, because you watch as like the start progressing technologically, and that keeps them at one level, but you see the rage and the anger and the battle prowess of the Ramdan. And it just turns into this almost eternal stalemate between these two, as one is more technologically capable, but the numbers and the fury of the Ramdan are able to meet them, and people dying left and right. And then you start seeing these scenes of the Ramdan creating the tenet of night. Writing the tenet of night and trying to imbue aspects of the way and the raiment into the tenet itself. And in response to that, knowing that if the Ramdan were able to do this, it would mean that they would win the war, as they would control the raiment of night, is when the retaliate and push them back through the Hantu gate and close it forever.
I think we see a moment of Barrick like looking at these scenes and be one of those things where like you see a close-up of his face and his eyes are just like going back and forth, and like he is taking it in and isn't entirely sure what all of this means. But like you can see from the look on his face that he's starting to realize that maybe what we are here to do is not the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say anything. He doesn't stop the group, and he basically
catches up to them.
Like catches up to them. Just turns and sprints to catch up.
Yeah, I love that. You all continue down the hallway, and eventually you get to sort of the gate controls. I imagine I am imagining like a very big room. And in the middle of it is basically just like a keystone pillar. Just like a thin pillar that kind of comes out of the ground. It looks like it's got like a handhold that you can like reach into and grab. And behind it is just like empty space. Like you can see the direction that the gate shoots you, were it to be on, and were you to be using it.
Cool.
And standing next to the pillar is Vorex. And in front of him is, about a dozen or so mercenaries, and then one figure that looks to be about as large as Graves. A little bit slighter, maybe about the size of Cord, the other female Ramdan. They're wearing like battle armor. They've got like a visor helmet on, and they're carrying this massive sniper rifle, like a sniper rifle only a Ramdan could carry.
For our listeners, you should look up a turret gun. It's a very early musket weapon.
Yes.
They're like fired from turrets. That's why it was called that.
It's like that size, but they don't have a turret. They're just holding it.
They're just holding it. It's like a really, really long, pretty big musket gun.
Yes. Obviously more technologically advanced.
Yeah, but
that size. Yeah.
And level of fitness.
And I kind of want to end it there.
I think that makes sense.
I kind of think that's where the episode ends.
Here's what I want to ask.
As we rush into this room.
As we rush in, does Vorex say anything to us?
Yeah. Is there any sort of final plea, or? I
mean, it wouldn't be a final plea.
Or...
I was looking for a one-liner.
It'd be an ominous one-liner.
Yeah.
I think you come running in and you stop for a moment, and just like echoing through this chamber, Vorex says, "It's the final confrontation." And then the episode ends, and we will see what happens next episode.
I am bothered and disturbed by how matter of fact he is about all this.
We know what the last episode's title will be now.
Final confrontation.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out.
I mean, Justin, I don't want to mess with your instincts. You're already closing the curtain. But I could also see the curtain closing on a moment of suspense regarding the result of what I would attempt right away.
Oh, I kind of...
What are you playing?
If you're open to it.
I love it. He says that as you rush in. What do? You see Vorex standing next to this.
I've been waiting for this moment. Yeah, I've been meditating on this. I've been trying to attune. I've been wanting to connect to my people through the raiment, and now I've felt bolstered by these visages of them in what I hope is, to Gear's point, a future world of harmony and a return to the land. that was stripped from us. So I think I do launch straight into what I've been thinking of this whole time. I connect to the way. And as I'm stepping towards Vorex and those who surround him, my goal is to distort the air around us and make it seem as though by the raiment pieces coming nearly together, by being merely as close as they are to each other, I want to make Vorex think or fear that if he does not take the pieces off of him that he has, that they will destroy him. And I want, just by the raiments coming together, I wanted to feel like an all-consuming, distorting force. I'm fine with it, the apparition of this looking like it's doing the same thing to me,
I was about to say, I think then the last scene that we see is that same like wispy visages you saw in that last room start to surround both Vorex and Graves. But then they start crackling and turning dark and purple as the two of them just get shrouded from about feet to like knee in this like black mist. And I almost imagine like psychic projections of the two of them behind, you know what I mean? Like we have like a wide angle of everyone confronting each other, and then standing above that are almost these like psychic projections of Vorex and Graves facing off. And we will have to see how this ends next episode.
Which for us is in 15 minutes.
Thank God.
But for you listeners last week, thanks for listening as far as you have. Let's ride it out together.
Let's see what happens. I'm willing to see where you go with it. But I'm glad we were able to get just a touch of that moral ambiguity in there. Like, is this right? Should we be doing this? Because I think that'll make this next episode that much more interesting.
Sow the seeds of doubt.
I am extremely conflicted about what Barrick is going to do next.
And I love it.
Good.
And I love it. I wanted to come into this, and I was really hoping that we would have a party that's split on this. Because I think that's far more interesting and far more appropriate to Scum and Villainy. If you're all not like, we're the heroes, we're doing the right thing, but for you to be like, I don't think we're doing the right thing, and I might try and stop you from doing it.
Throw the ring into Mount Doom, guys. Come on. We're all in one accord. We all have willpower. We all have a plan.
But with a ring in our grasp, we have the power to stop the enemy once and for all.
With
all
that,
right, y'all.
I think we will see you next week. And if you're on Twitch, we will see you in 15 minutes.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. See ya.
Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
always love any sort of dance to the music that is playing. It's good, Danny. No one else is going to talk. It's just going to be me. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
We were observing our 15-second silence for Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. You're right.
Okay,
I think
we'll add in. We need to add in.
And Nick started talking when they were muted.
Okay, here's the thing. We need to add a couple of trigger warnings for Irish fans out there, for both of these episodes. Just throwing it out there.
Do you have one?
I mean, if anyone's going to understand sarcasm, it's the Irish. And
It's true. That's true. You're right. Never mind. I mean, to be fair, I'm also kind of being sarcastic about the so.
I'm not Irish. I didn't understand that.
Our Irish friends will appreciate it.
I'll
Way over my head.
I'll let you know that we've got about 10 listeners.
Hey.
Heck yeah. I'm gonna visit those guys.
10 listeners.
10 listeners from the Blessed Isle.
Suddenly we lose 10 listeners.
Hey,
Probably
they
just
have,
lost 10
we got
listeners for that.
16 days. Hey, wait a second. We didn't lose everybody.
I'll edit it out.
Yeah, we got 16 days to make that one episode of Star Trek where he just randomly, where Data's like, in 2024, the unification of Ireland. Let's do it.
Maybe
We got 15 days. 16 days.
Yeah.
Come on.
Get on it, Ireland!
They've been trying. Let's not.
I don't have the foggiest clue of what you're talking about because I'm not a Star Trek person. But
It's just a random thing that it's like sometimes they list like historical things that we know for true, and then they list things that would be historical to them but not to us.
The future. Yeah. And one of them was
So-
the reunification of Ireland in this
Yeah.
year.
So they predict in the 90s, they predicted that Ireland would reunify in 2024.
By the end of 2024.
Mhm.
All right. Well,
Sneaking in, that's all I'm
Merry
saying.
Christmas, Ireland.
good
You're
luck.
unified.
If you need any help, reach out. I'm willing to do what needs to be done.
did they also predict Great Britain giving back all the stolen artifacts in the British Museum? Because that's about as likely to happen, I feel like.
Yeah, they're similar levels, but we can hope. It's Christmas,
Yeah.
Christmas miracles happen.
Yeah.
Christmas.
Santa, come on.
Let's take just literally the first step in undoing
Come on, Santa. Unify
some
Ireland.
of the harm.
Come on, Santa. Unify Ireland.
We all know that you're a great political figure, Santa Claus.
You've probably been behind many of the positive workings of history. Go crush Israel.
Yes. Okay, this is our time to announce that we are staunchly against.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Finale energy. Just
All right.
If you
It's all
didn't know
right.
that we are anti-empire in all its forms, you haven't been listening.
Like, come on.
Yeah,
Anything that
This
we've
is one of
done.
those no news updates.
Yep. It is
This
nice to
is
say it
it.
though. It feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Santa, we
Dustfire is
invoke
still
you.
not surprising us.
Sorry, what was that, Danny?
I said this just in. Dustfire is still not surprising us with their tweets.
This just
That's all we're
in,
here
nothing new.
We all kind of
just in.
wear him on
Nothing.
our sleeves for sure.
Yeah.
I hope that's why we're listened to.
Yeah, I would hope so too. Like I think from like an ethical standpoint, doing content creation, I would much rather have not as many listeners if I can hold to my moral compass.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel
I don't
better
think
about
those are-
that. You know what I mean? Like if
Yeah.
this podcast is never like so huge because we've turned off so many people to our radicalized views. Like I'm fine with that. You know?
Hmm.
Very.
It is radical
think-
to think
I don't think
that
it was ever on
everyone
the
should
table.
have food and water and shelter.
Unfortunately, yes.
So
it is
radical.
Yeah.
So radical.
I mean, it shouldn't be radical to be anti-kids being bombed while they're in the hospital, but here we are.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2024.
Crazy us.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
zany.
Yeah. Wacky. Those
Zany.
wacky radicals.
Just wanting people to be like
By the
safe
way,
and happy.
I've had a little dream cooking, and I don't have time or energy for it right now, but I still have the heart, you know, and it's.
Sure.
I feel like it would be worthwhile to have a little podcast. It couldn't be Dustfire because it just doesn't fit what we've done. It's not games and stuff. But I think it would be titled under something like the theme of like, this might radicalize you. And it's just kind of reviewing item of interest by item of interest, whether that item of interest is something at the scale of nations or CIA and FBI activity or a particular leader or two, or a scandal, or suppressed horrible scientific experiments, or whatever it is on that theme, until you just realize how not crazy it is to be crazy in the right ways and be subversive of the system and stuff.
There's something optimistic, I think, about what's been happening in the U.S. with healthcare right now, and like seeing the right try to divide people and seeing people that are actually affected by how shitty healthcare is in America be like, I think, why are you trying to divide us? Like, this is making me realize. Yeah, exactly. This is making me realize you want us to be divided.
Yeah,
I should be on the side.
It's up and down.
Absolutely.
And I think a conservative pundit, and I forget which one said this, put it exactly correctly in that they said only a sick society would, or a society with some sort of deep sickness or something along those lines, would celebrate this sort of like vigilante justice.
Sure.
And somebody was just like, yes, this society is sick.
Yeah, it's just we have to be okay with this.
That's literally the point.
Like, people don't cheer for something like this unless something is very wrong, and whether or not you are cheering, I think a lot of people are realizing that something is very wrong.
Something that is wrong.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
And that's really cool. That the consciousness part, not obviously. Well, everybody has different feelings about it.
That's the distinction, right? Like, if somebody were to be like, I feel comfortable saying that. Like, I don't like death in any form.
No.
I think death and murder is a bad thing in any form that it takes. But I also have the wherewithal to be like, the hundreds of thousands of people that die because they can't afford their medical expenses, like,
or just ruin their lives.
I'm exactly like I'm exaggerating that number, but like there are hundreds. I know. Sure. I just meant like, it's a lot. It's a lot of people that like I have that ability to be like, it happens regardless. So
and I always say my response is always just like, if you put people into a position where they have no other option but violence, they will use it.
Take it,
because they have no other option.
Yeah, give them other options.
Nothing is working. No courts, no protesting, no anything is changing anything.
You know what I think? I think we should introduce political devil's bargains. We can go to the president. We can say, "Hey, how about this?" And he'll be like, "All right, I got a devil's bargain for you. You can have that."
Well, that already happens, but it's just the only option. We just get devil's bargains.
You're right.
Yeah. Okay. You don't get this, but also we're going to screw you on this other thing.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
That's not a devil's bargain. That's just violence. Wonderful. Oh no, please.
The reign of terror during the French Revolution, I feel like, is suddenly making so much more sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for those of you who are not necessarily up on your history, the reign of terror was this time during the French Revolution when they started beheading nobles and class traders and didn't stop. And it got really out of hand. And I think it's a similar thing. You look at the it's actually really interesting, really fascinating in a kind of a scary way. You look at the markers of like what led to the French Revolution, and we have checked every box and then some.
Oh dear.
In America.
Classic.
Them eat cake.
We've also checked every box leading up to the Great Depression and some other things that are very uncomfortable.
No, here's the thing. You know what's this I'm already
I might radicalize you.
This is quick. This is quick.
Okay,
the
all right.
Bottom, the poorest 50% of Americans currently make 50% of Americans currently make less than the bottom 10% of Americans, adjusted for inflation, in the Great Depression.
Jesus Christ.
We are, as a nation, on a person-by-person basis, poorer than we were during the Great Depression.
We're cooked.
Significantly.
Significantly.
We're five times worse.
We're smoking already. We're burned to a crisp already.
Which is why in our fiction we like a little
let's do something about it
to the man. A little
let's fucking do something about it.
Blowing up the lines of control,
Let's fucking do something about it. Last episode on the professionals, y'all got to the Hantu gate and just blasted your way through that initial obstacle of guards preventing you from getting to Vorex. All right, you all. Grow up. That's all I have to say about that. I mean, every summary, you find some innuendo that I did not intend.
Yeah, I mean,
relentlessly make fun of me for it. I'm not trying to make an innuendo every time.
No. We're not making fun of you this time. We're
not.
Danny, in our private chat, Danny typed that Graves shouts for Luigi before he goes in to attack Vorex.
This kid is very good. I
sorry.
Often don't look at the chat until I've got a moment when one of you is talking, which is why I didn't say it. Anyway, you got through the initial guards and made your way to a room where some ambient way energy was present because of the way, which we've said in the past contains the collective anger of the Ramdan people. So it made sense to me that their past would be revealed in these scenes. And while the rest of you ran through that, Barrett kind of stayed and saw maybe the Ramdan Empire isn't going to be a good element to be introduced to the Procyon sector, especially now that you've completely cut off Malcleith and the hegemony, who ostensibly would be the only people who would have the army and the manpower and the military to be able to deal with something like this. But we'll have to see what happens. You kept moving and found Vorex. He's waiting for you. Of course, he needs the rest of the raiments. And it is here that we pick up as Graves and Vorex just start to get overwhelmed by this mystic arcane energy.
Oh boy.
We gotta see what happens. There are about a dozen mercenaries, as well as what looks to be somebody about as big as Graves, Ramdan sized, in battle armor and a mask. You can't though see what the person looks like under their mask though, but they're holding a just gigantic sniper rifle. And they take aim at you, and I think I we just gotta jump into it.
I think so.
We gotta jump into it.
I kind of want to know. Yeah, Justin. Sorry, I'll let you go.
No, please ask your question.
I kind of want to know just how far-fetched my action is. That I started kicking off last episode.
Sorry, I wanted to open with you rolling.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I apologize.
No, it's fine. I just wasn't sure if there was going to be anything else introduced in the fiction before that.
No. I love that a lot. Give me an action.
Yeah, I think it is a tune.
I love that.
Yes, but what tune?
A tune like this. Lightly, lightly.
Oh, well, that tune is controlled in standard.
That one's easy to sing.
Yeah.
Ole.
Yeah.
Should I have said?
No,
in the spirit of Robin Hood.
My gut goes to desperate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Okay. Would it help at all, even though this is not something Graves knew, but because of the sort of subsequent visions revealed to Barrick through leaning in to the mist apparitions, we discovered as listeners that the tenet of night was sort of the linchpin, like the key aspect of what made the raiment so menacingly threatening and powerful. Yes. And it was made by and for Ramdans, and I have the tenet. Sure. And I wonder if that aspect can make it more believable or plausible. What I'm trying to do.
I think if anything, that would influence the effect, right?
But not necessarily the position.
The position.
Okay. What else are you thinking about for position? Anything?
I think my gut says desperate. I think my gut says desperate. It feels like a desperate plea. A desperate play.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna go desperate and great.
Oh. Well, I love that. I think I'll just take it. I only have one pip and a tune, but I'm going to use a gambit. So, and I would like to push myself as well for an additional die.
Okay.
So I will roll 3. And again, Justin, my goal, if it wasn't clear, is I want him to be terrified that if he does not remove his pieces of the raiment from his person, that we will just get sucked into oblivion, essentially. Or something of the like. 5.
Okay. I think this. You see the fear in his eyes as he like drops the sword and starts to look as though he's moving to remove the armor. And before you can be like, get that or start moving towards it yourself, this same fear starts overtaking you.
That's pretty good.
If you do not drop the raiments right now, you will also be consumed.
Okay. Can I use my new ability, Warded? Which says you may expend your special armor to resist the consequences of away attack or artifact use.
My friend, you absolutely can.
That's pretty odd.
Okay. That's excellent. That's why I got that move. All right. Special armor.
I think kind of in the background while this is happening, Havoc and Gears, you hear Barrick kind of mumble under his breath, "We shouldn't be doing this."
Oh, shoot.
Oh, what was that?
Camera cuts back.
I think if almost like Vorex is like mechanically taking off his armor, but he's still present. And he goes, "Oh, no, stop him. Get them. Stop them. Take out the Ramdan. Nothing else matters. Get me those tenets. Or get me that raiment." And the mercenaries start covering fire. The assassin, there's like a jetpack on them. They just blast into the air, and you can see them like scoping you out, getting ready to. What do you do? Who does what?
So Barrick had said under his breath to Gears and Havoc, "We shouldn't be doing this."
He said it under his breath. He didn't say to you guys, but he didn't like. I wasn't talking to you, but I wasn't like hiding it from you.
I think it's a throwaway line that's important that you wouldn't be able to stop and be like, "Hold up, let's talk about this."
Gears does say like, "What was that?" And then
say that again.
Start
no, Havoc starts laying down fire on the mercenaries with his heavy blaster.
Okay.
So did you say that the like this like armored up assassin takes to the air?
Yes.
Can I try to hack their suit system to make their jetpack kind of go haywire?
Okay.
Send Boba through the ceiling.
You've remote hacked before, right?
Yes. I assume it's sort of like an Internet of Everything thing where like everything is just kind of connected to the internet for no reason.
Yeah.
It's even worse, I guess, in this feature.
I wish going back we had made that a little bit more gritty, and then like you have to like plug in.
You can just say that.
But, I guess it could. I do.
Well, first, okay, yeah. Well,
I kind of like that because you have a way to get up there that no one else really does.
Oh,
so I love that image.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to instead of propelling myself to try to like jump on and like mess with it, I'm going to use the way to try to like basically like attach like a little like hacking bug onto. So first I want to attune.
Okay.
So I have the connection point, and then I'll hack to try to like mess them up.
Sure. Okay. Let's check with the attune first then. Let's see what happens.
Okay. All right. Let's do this.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Flowing like water. Let's do this. Oh, sorry. I need the position.
Attune.
Yep.
I think we are looking at risky and standard. You'll get the bug on there. I would also love for you to mark a load, please.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Well, technically, a small drone is part of my normal kit.
Okay. All right. Yep. Never mind. You're good.
Say it's
need to
bad.
mark a load. Yep. Yeah.
So normally it would be able to crawl around. I've used it before for something similar, but now it's just
Yep.
Up there.
You're good. I'm good. So risky standard.
Risky standard.
You'll get your drone up there.
Nah, I think it's fine to stay. I don't want to use a gambit. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna roll it. Okay, 4.
Okay. That's pretty fun.
What's fun?
I think you get it up there. But you also see that this person like lowers their wrist and like a grapple hook come and grapples you, and you start feeling yourself get pulled up into the air.
I will roll to resist that.
Okay. All right.
What do you? Gears rips out like a little vibroblade knife and tries to cut the grappling line.
Yeah, I think that's probably prowess.
Prowess. Okay. Yep. Cool. That's 3 for me, and then I get +1 to resist because of our new.
Because you just took that new thing. Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Jesus.
Go after that die.
5.
Okay, so 1 stress.
1 stress.
Yeah, I think I kind of love that it's like mostly reduced. Like the thing is still there. You're having trouble cutting through it.
Mm-hmm.
But you like are able to like plant your feet in a way that you're not being pulled up.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like impeding my movement, but there's no chance of me being whipped off my feet.
For the moment.
Okay. Yep. Then can I try the hack immediately?
You certainly can. Yeah, this drone lands on this assassin's backpack and starts crawling around. There are other arms like reaching back to try and knock it off.
We'll see how that goes for them. Gonna do a hack. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say risky and Is it a fine drone?
It's a fine. I'm using my fine hacking rig. The drone is just a normal drone.
Okay.
The drone is just for the connection, but if you want to argue that that's like the main point, then it's not fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards limited, risky limited.
Okay. I will chain up to desperate standard.
Okay, what makes it desperate?
When it goes flying, the hook will take me.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, that feels very desperate. Yeah, you don't get the grappling kind of time.
Okay. That feels more like a devil's bargain than it does.
Oh, I mean, it feels desperate.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just rolling 3. Desperate standard. This time I will use a gambit.
Okay.
We still have 3, so we're okay. We're fine. One still fell. Okay. So close. To a crit. I still got a 6 though.
Okay, so you still do it. And your goal is to like basically create their jetpack so they just go flying around.
Yeah. It just like randomly maxes
Yep.
the output and input.
Yep.
And...
Absolutely. I gotcha. Yep. And you do this and like just in time are able to cut this grappling hook off of you before you see this person just start to like randomly fly around in this room. They're not able to get a shot in. And I kind of think that there's a moment where they like crash into a wall and their helmet comes off. And
reveal.
It somewhat looks like Havoc, but it's that same like gray gaunt skin of Vorex.
Whoa. There is some weird connection here that is very unnerving.
I don't think Havoc even sees this. He's just shooting the mercenaries.
For sure.
Easy to miss.
Yeah. I think maybe if anything, Gear sees it.
He doesn't know what to do with that. He's just like, well, that's uncomfortable. Immediately just starts shooting to try to like, maybe I can take care of this problem before
later. I can deal with this later. What are the rest of you doing? Before we turn back to Graves, because I want to see what Graves is doing, but I'd love to know what Barry.
I mean, if I can try to aim some shots at Vorex.
Okay, sure. Lay some covering fire down.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's like Havoc has no idea what's going on between Vorex and Graves.
Yeah,
he's gonna try to support Graves in whatever way he can.
Yeah, I love this because you're not trying to kill, you're just trying to like hamper him enough for Graves to get the raiments and do this.
Depending on what Graves do, this could be some form of like a setup to help improve.
Oh, sure. Okay,
too.
if that's what you want to do, let's pause on that then. I just want to see what Barrick Soul is doing. But I love that as a setup. I think that's a very.
I don't want to see what Barrick Soul is doing.
No, I think Barrick is like he seems frozen. Like up until this point, you guys have seen him like actively participating in everything until we got through that room, and now, I mean, you guys are all kind of busy, so you might not notice, but he's like his hands are shaking and he's sweating and he's standing and like watching and taking everything in and kind of trying to process what to do. But one thing he does do is drop the clip that is in each of his blasters and replace his ammunition with mystic ammunition.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
That's cool. The scoundrel gets those too?
Yep.
That's dope. That's so cool. You firing on anybody?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right. Well, then I think then Graves, what is your goal? Is your goal to get to the raiment?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've just sort of been. Sorry, Johnny.
Sorry, I just want to. Can I offer like a trigger for something that I do want Barrick to do?
For sure. Yes, please.
If there's like a thing of like either side. If I see either Graves or Vorex lay hands on a piece of the raiment that they did not already have, I'm going to fire on them.
Okay. I love it. Yep. All right.
Okay, that's perfect.
So much. What are you going to do, Graves?
So, I mean, what I was about to say is, he's just dropped, Vorex has just dropped the Sword of Night. And so seeing that as I'm charging forward and trying to sort of manipulate this illusion, I reach out and I attune and try to get the sword to come into my hand.
I love that. I love that a lot. I definitely
just want to kind of cross that gap between me and him and all the folks he's got in between us. And
for sure. So you're just having it come to you rather than you going to.
I am charging towards him, but yeah, I want the sword to meet me first. Oh yeah. Perfect. Yeah, the whole thing is a charge. It's in the context of charging towards him.
Perfect. What action do you think you're doing?
I do think it's another attune.
Okay. All right. I definitely think that Havoc can assist. I think the covering fire definitely would prevent not only the mercenaries from firing back at you, but also would hamper Vorex and try to grab the sword before it gets all the way to your hand.
So I should just mark one stress?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Add that dice.
Okay.
I think we're looking at Risky Standard. You'll get the sword.
I think I can accept that. Just 2 dice, no gambit, no push. No, I think this is the time to pull out all stops. So if I'm reading this right from my old notes, utilizing the Tenet of Night in a specific way, when in the presence of other raiment pieces, gain +1 die to attune per raiment max 2d, but start in a chaotic position that we invented just for this.
Oh, that's right. If you totally
are we able to leverage that, or do you want to kind of say that was a thing for its season?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's 100% important right now.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So yeah, let's call it chaotic position, and let's just say that like Graves is digging in deep, really doesn't even have a sense of how deep into the way he's sort of casting himself, as it were. Opening himself to it, and let's add those 2 dice for a total of 4, and hope for a 6. I'm just picturing more of reality rippling as a result of this.
A reminder, I believe, let me see. Let me just look at Desperate, because I don't remember exactly how I ruled it. It's basically like if you're looking at Desperate, on a 6 you do it, on a 4 to 5 there's a consequence, a serious complication occurs, severe harm. On a 1 to 3 it's the worst outcome. Basically all that shifts down, right?
Okay.
Or shifts up. So like
there's still a consequence on a 6.
Exactly. There's still a consequence on a 6. The only time you're going to get away without a consequence is on a crit.
Oh, 4 dice. The chance of 2 6s is worse than with 2 dice and the chance of 1 6, I think. Numbers. It's still just more interesting, though, isn't it?
It is much
Roll 4 6s. Roll 4.
Oh my goodness.
Roll 4 6s.
That would be lovely. Oh no.
No.
5 is the best I've got.
Oh, that's not terrible.
But it's not your usual 5. It's chaotic position.
I know, so it's going to be pretty much the worst outcome.
Yep.
But you still do it, I will say.
Okay, yeah.
I want to respect that a 4 and a 5 is still doing it. It's just there's also the worst outcome as well.
Yeah.
As well.
His leg cramps.
It's the worst outcome.
Lactic acid buildup.
Nothing worse could have happened right now.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about this, Justin. I like as you're thinking about the consequence for that, with it being like like on top of anything else. I don't know how you'd feel about it affecting positively the position and effect of Barrett's response upcoming.
I'm not even gonna make you roll, Barrett.
Okay.
Here is what happens. I think the you do it is that it gets into your hand. And then immediately you feel a pain on your hand as the sword goes clattering away from you, closer to you, and closer to your side, like on your side, but not in your hand anymore. As you turn and you look, as Barrick has fired his gun right at you.
I'm sorry. I did catch the sword
Momentarily.
Yes.
And it's like it's on your side of the battlefield, if that makes sense. It's just not in your grasp.
Yeah, because of a shot from Barrick.
Because of a shot from Barrick's soul.
Okay. Am I taking harm?
No, I just think you've lost that opportunity.
Worst outcome. Okay.
I think you've lost the opportunity.
Danny really wants you to take.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to ask. Just wanted to,
I think
I don't
want him to take harm. Wait a minute.
I mean, here's the thing. This is my understanding. I don't think Barrick's soul was trying to kill you. He was just trying to prevent you from getting more raiments.
Yeah.
So I imagine that his shot would have grazed you, essentially, right? Like,
Sure.
make you drop a sword, but when he's not intending to like blow your arm off.
Yeah.
No, I think Havoc's not gonna like do anything, but I think he'd probably take notice of the clattering because I think there'd be a moment of confusion where he looks back and like, what the hell just happened? Maybe sees Barrick's blaster smoking and like, what the?
I mean, it says great sword, right? Like it seems like a pretty substantial sword.
Yeah.
It's a big sword.
Yeah,
it's a big sword.
But that combined with what you were doing to get it is part of why I made sure I specified that Barrick switched to mystic ammunition.
Yes,
this is not standard ammunition.
Okay, that helps. Yep.
And I think like as the sword clatters to the ground, I don't know if Graves immediately catches that it was Barrick, but I say it out loud, we shouldn't be doing this. Something is wrong.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Through his blaster fire, Barrick, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't think we should bring the Raymond together. And Graves, I think that you're incredible, but we should not bring the Raymond together for the Ramdan.
Ooh.
Why?
Did you guys
I just want to say it narratively, I think you know, the clatter, the fact that I had to stop from my charge to try to pivot to reach down towards the sword.
Yep.
I duck down. I don't know if there's anything to hide behind, Justin, to even give us a moment to.
It is completely open.
Okay. How broad is the great sword? Is it even considerable as a sort of provisional shield?
Not a great shield, but it could. I will say, like, you're gonna have to do something to get to it. It's not like just I bend down.
Oh, I see.
Like,
I see.
It's enough away that you're gonna have to make some movement explicitly to go grab it.
I need cover in some way if I'm going to provide any degree of pause or pivot here to consider Barrick's words.
And that's why I think it's so interesting.
Yeah. Oof. What do I have? I feel like I have nothing. Justin, what in the environment, if at all, could be purposed as a shield, something to hide behind? Nothing?
I am not going to roll a fortune die because I am envisioning a completely open room. The only thing in this room is that pedestal to activate the gate. You could use a person, I guess.
Thank you, Justin.
That would be the only. That's literally the only thing in this room.
You said that the dude that looks sort of like a cross between an and Havoc was very well armored.
Very well armored. Very much flying in the air right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's big. He might be the only one big enough to protect me. Oh, what do I got?
I have an idea too. I have an idea that might cause maybe a moment of.
I know. Oh my gosh, what am I thinking? I'm going to use the Cloak of Night to make myself transparent.
Oh, amazing! There we go. I am assuming a tune again.
Yeah. I just need to fade from reality for a moment while I consider Barrick's words.
Okay, go ahead and take those 2 extra dice, but we're at a chaotic position.
Do I have to?
I guess you don't. Mm-hmm.
My sense was that it wasn't like, as soon as you have, X number of raiment pieces, it's always chaos no matter what you do. I thought it was sort of an opt-in use of the tenant because the tenant has no other ability.
Right. You're right. Yep, you're right. It's an opt-in thing. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go transparent, just go spectral, and turn around and look at Barrick searchingly.
Yeah.
I think Barrick might see the activation of the cloak as something of a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it would work, if it would do anything. But because of that, I think I would fire another bullet, another mystic round at Graves, like at center mass this time.
Yeah.
Okay. To harm him this time.
I think if Havoc notices Barrick rearing up to shoot another round at Graves, I think as he's firing, he would just rotate his gun.
Well, he's not rearing up. He has not lowered his pistol. It's been
okay. So this will probably be something after. If you shoot at Graves, then Havoc will rotate his minigun as he's firing.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
That makes sense. Yeah, I just want to make it clear I'm not like up and down.
Yeah. I love this. This gets into the tense stuff. Like, what do you think for the sequence of things?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think in this case, I kind of want to see what both your roles are, and we'll take that into account.
Okay. Should I see how whatever it's called spectral I am first?
Yes. So I think I assume you're using a tune.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's a desperate position because you're just literally out in the middle of the room. There are still people firing at you. But I will say standard effect.
Okay.
And for Barrick, I think it's risky and standard effect as well.
Okay.
Yeah. I will. I will simply roll 1 die.
Whoa. Okay.
Jeez. Yeah, and I'm using scrap. I'm gonna roll 2, but you know what? I can afford it, so I'm gonna push myself and get another.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Let's see what
Can
happens,
I push myself and take that away?
The results are in. 4.
Double 6s.
Okay.
Oh no! Never roll against Johnny.
Okay.
I really didn't expect it to happen, but
I think in this specific case, I'm going to tell you can't add a gambit just because it's PC against PC.
Sure.
It doesn't make sense to give your crew an advantage for that.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah. So here's what I think. Here's what I think happens. Let me know if you're all right with this before I kind of describe narratively what happens. He still rolled a 4, so he does do it. But there is a consequence, and you rolled a crit. So that's going to be great effect. So I think that he is going to be intangible, but he's going to take harm.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah. I wasn't necessarily trying to stop him from turning intangible. It's more so like, from what I know of Graves, I kind of assume that the going intangible means an impending attack, and now I need to protect myself.
I understand. Okay, perfect. So Graves, you start to use the cloak to turn intangible, and it like starts creeping its way up your waist, and just before you're about to go like intangible, like almost completely, you feel this like stabbing pain directly in your chest. And you can see that Barrick has fired a shot directly at you this time.
Okay.
And I would like for you to take the... Oh. So here's what I'm thinking. I think it's severe harm. I think we're looking at a level 3 harm. I think we're looking at a level 3 harm. Yep.
So I was kind of wondering though. So he critted. Doesn't he get more of what he wants? Like,
which is and that's why I'm making it a level 3 harm.
What he wasn't going for harm though, right?
I was this time.
Oh,
yeah, he was. Yeah. So I've already expended my special armor.
Yes.
You haven't
Is
expended
it
your
still
heavy armor
possible or even fictionally appropriate to expend any other armor?
That would just be
because this is a mystic shot. I don't understand if it would even. What's that?
You still have your heavy armor that you have not expended.
Yeah, you could still expend your armor to resist harm.
Okay. That is what I would like to do then. Expend the heavy armor.
Yeah, from a narrative standpoint, like as this is all playing out, like I say, like I don't want to fight you, Graves, but we need to stop. We need to stop what we're doing.
I'm stopping. As I finally get incorporeal, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, Justin. Were you going to add something before?
I would just I would like to note that it seems like you've added special armor as a load.
Was I not supposed to mark that off?
Yeah, you don't need to mark. Special armor doesn't take load like armor does. Special armor is just like it's like a special thing that your character can. It's under armor uses.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just a special thing you can do. It's not
it's not like a physical
actual armor.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I just wanted to, but
so
you did
check
just
armor use heavy instead.
But you did just mark heavier.
Yeah, which should stay on for load.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
But special armor is not a tangible, item.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
And heavy armor is just armor that you can use twice, basically.
Yep.
Oh, so I should check only one box for uses of heavy armor then for this.
So you're marking.
So you mark 2 for load, but you can use it twice from the armor uses.
Yeah. Correct.
Cool. Okay, that makes sense to me. Thanks for the manual override on that. The so I think the armor just like I'm picturing like you said like core shot.
Yeah,
and so I'm picturing like just chest plate just like melting off of me as I go incorporeal.
Yeah, I like starting to there's like a hole now in that armor basically.
Yeah, and it's just like sizzling just like hits the ground as it leaves my body.
And then the raiment wasn't made by who you think it was made by, Graves.
So what? We go home? I have no home.
There's got to be another way. It's older than you or the It's not safe. It's corrupted your people before.
All right. Well, I mean,
Then you take it from him. And Graves turns away from where the sword, like the direction of the sword, wherever it clattered and fell, and he just heads towards Vorex again.
Okay. Intangible this time, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see if that shifts the atmosphere at all.
Yeah,
so hopefully my allies don't kill me.
Yeah, I'll rush over to pick up the sword in that case.
Okay.
When you come up, the camera follows you down as you bend over, and when you come up, Gears has got the revolver to the back of your head, and he's like, "No more surprises, yeah."
You know me and promises, Gears. I'm not gonna make one. but we need to play this smarter than we have been.
All right. Well, maybe
there's information
not.
at play that we didn't have walking into this building.
Okay. Well, maybe just not shoot at your friends in the middle of a firefight. That's all I'm asking.
He looks fine to
At
me.
this point, Havoc screams, "All right, what's happening?" As he's laying down, completely very still.
Can we focus on the enemy?
at this point, though, I do think like while we're refocusing on the enemy and trying to like suppress a fire and everything, I'll just explain everything that I saw to Gears, and I'll explain it with the open comms like we do sometimes, that Braves can hear it too.
Sure. So everyone
to even afford that like as an opportunity, because I know there's a lot of firefight going on. Like I don't know if this requires a setup roll, Justin, but I'd love to like try to make Graves advance as like a corporeal, scarier version of himself. Like I want it to be as as distracting, as consuming as possible for all the enemies.
I was gonna give you that you just got past them, but if you want that extra little bit of trying to like terrify them, I think that is an action.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Like I want to give the chance for my team to sort of recalibrate.
For sure. I dig that a lot.
And so I like roar. I want to like sort of spectrally float towards Vorex.
Sure.
But I'm wondering if there's another added layer here of a way that I could make this even more kind of spotlight. I mean, so I don't know how you guys have ruled this in the past when Praxis was incorporeal. Did you limit what I could do in terms of physical things interacting with the physical realm while in this state?
Praxis did not do a lot incorporeally. Thetis did a lot more. And I had to like go back and forth if I wanted to interact with the corporeal world.
Yes, you are completely incorporeal.
Okay, then I'm gonna go and lean into the illusion side of things rather than the physical.
Okay.
Oh yeah, actually, what is it? I can bend shadows using
the wreath.
Yeah. I'd like. So that's actually a real attack then. Yeah, I'd like to command the shadows to attack. Just some of the mob in front of us.
Sure, I dig it. What action are you using?
I think it's probably sway. Like I'd like to just talk to the shadows and be like, "Hey, could you guys attack the mob?"
You guys seem chill. You wanna?
Yeah, it's probably.
You want to get on some of this?
I love that. Why don't you give me a roll?
Okay, I'm gonna say I'll use a gambit. I'll also push myself. So I'll roll with 3 dice.
Dang.
6.
Oh, I didn't give you a position in effect.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
God damn it, Steve.
No, God damn it, Justin. That was me not paying attention.
He rolled with a position effect.
How beautiful it was.
I think risky. Actually, I think desperate standard. No, risky standard.
Risky standard, baby. Okay.
Risky tango.
I accept.
Okay. What did you roll?
6.
A 6. I should make you reroll, but I'm not going to. Did you spend a gambit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then you cannot add a new gambit to your roll, but you do it. So I think that's what it is, right? Like I think the obstacle is that Gears and Barrick and Havoc have a moment to collect themselves instead of just getting fired at, which is 100%. I was almost just about to give them.
Thank you. Yeah, I figured like there's no way we're gonna have a full chat in the midst of this, but I want to give them some cover.
I think with this, you're able to afford them a moment to kind of have this quick sidebar and readjust themselves without being fired upon.
Nice.
Awesome.
I would love to know. I feel like we've seen a lot of everyone except for Havoc.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he's been shooting.
Okay, you just trying to take out some of those mercenaries?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like in this moment,
yeah,
this might be when Havoc sort of scans the entire battlefield some more, and then notices that strange big Havoc up there.
Yeah, the strange big Havoc. Do you do anything? Yeah, like I think.
I mean, yeah, I think.
You know what I think is fun? Oh no, you know what it is? Let's do this.
Okay.
We as the audience see this person like just rip the jetpack off and just fall and land like superhero pose right in front of Havoc. And so like you're firing, and then all of a sudden this hulking figure that looks like you, but also like Vorex, just lands in front of you.
Yeah, and Havoc stops firing for a moment as he sees this. He's like stunned.
And there are no words. It's just.
And then Havoc goes, "Oh fuck this!" and just starts firing at him.
I will assist.
As will Barrick.
He has a look of confusion and worry on his face. He's like,
"Oh, fuck,
we all look exactly the same as we."
It sounds like a group action then.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Heck
let's
yeah.
do it. That sounds like Havoc's the leader.
"Oh, thank God, I have commander."
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You do, commander.
Let's do it.
Yeah, scrap. We gain +1 scale since I'm leading.
Yep. Yeah.
we
Then
can
I
help
think
multiple
we're
things.
looking. I think we're looking at risky standard.
When you say scale, what do you mean?
It just means that I take into account that there are more of
Oh.
you as I think about the effect.
Sorry.
So I think technically we're a small group, but we would be considered a medium group
A medium group.
for this
Yeah.
group role.
And I think against whatever this creature is, you would have been at limited effect. I think you're a standard effect.
Cool.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
I
push
would-
myself for dice.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna push myself for effect.
Okay.
Great effect. Okay.
I don't like this thing, especially when it started talking. That was
Yeah.
what caused Havoc to start shooting. He
That's-
was like,
that's-
"This is fucking weird."
It's like you're like waiting for it to speak. It's like opening its mouth. Like, what do you have to say? What?
Nope.
Oh, nope.
You're like reaching out to him, like you're trying to, and then he just bites at your hand.
I am her Havoc. Havoc.
Makes
I
that
am
noise.
perfect.
How are we supposed to tell them apart?
One smaller.
Eric starts shooting at me. All right, rolling.
Those rolls, friends.
Oh God, wait. Thank God. Oh my God. So I rolled my dice.
Mhm.
One was like bouncing between like a 1 and like a 3, but it fell
Yeah.
off of the table into my lap. So I quickly re-rolled it and it landed on a 6.
Wow,
Nice.
look at you.
I got a 3 and a 1.
Oh,
I got a
Ooh.
5.
So stress for Havoc.
Sorry, buddy.
6. Sounds like 6 is the highest.
It is.
Okay. I don't think anyone's spent a gambit, right?
That's correct.
Add a gambit.
Cool.
Cool.
I'm awesome.
I will say this. I will say that the three of you start just unloading on this thing. And it does not take as much damage as you would hope. If this were a regular person, you would have cut them in half. And you can see that this thing, it's like hitting its skin and like penetrating a little bit, enough that it's like backing up, but it's not really like going down.
Yeah. We need full penetration.
Yeah. You gotta
One might say.
Can I do something here?
Sure.
I'm gonna rip out my fine ship repair tools
Okay.
and finally use them in a way I've wanted to for a while. I take out what is essentially like a laser saw.
Okay.
As part of my fine ship repair tools, and I'm going to just charge at this thing. And seeing that its armor took so much of the damage for it,
yeah,
I'm going to try to like slice a chunk of its armor off.
Oh, I'd like to let me tell you. Let me if this like changes. Like it is shredding its armor.
Oh, okay.
When it hits the skin, that's when it's like not really.
Oh, then I am just going to try to like slice through the skin with this.
Okay.
Essentially.
At first I thought, Justin, you were gonna say, "Let me see if this changes anything." He looks at Havoc and goes, "Mom."
Mama.
That's what I'm picturing now as
Uncle Havoc.
I love it. Give me an action.
Havoc, love me.
I wanted it to be rigged, but I think this is just scrap, but with cool flavor.
I agree. I mean, it feels pretty desperate to me.
Fair.
But I'll give you standard effect.
Cool. Let's just get in there. Just rolling it. Standard desperate. You know what? I'll push myself. Let's go for great.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Let's go for greatness.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a gambit that we just earned.
Nick stands up. He's like, I gotta stand up to roll this one.
I gotta get up for this. All right, let's get this out of the way. I didn't need to
Great.
push myself.
Celebrate that hard.
I got crit. I got a crit.
Yes.
I
did it, guys.
I kind of love that you all see Gears just like pull this thing out and jump onto this thing and just like shove this rotating laser saw blade like directly into the chest of this thing. And like steam just like evaporates off as
There's a lot of screaming.
As the skin, and this thing is just like
From Gears.
And it falls, it like goes down on its knees and Graves, you land back on the ground, and then this thing just kind of like collapses forward.
Gears does.
Actually, instead of falling forward, I think Gears just is like continues screaming, like yelling in its face, and then like pushes it back like over its
okay, all right,
its legs, and then like pushes it down onto the ground.
I think as Havoc sees that Gears seems to have gotten that under control, he now focuses at Vorex and just goes, "What the fuck was that?" And is now just running towards Vorex while shooting at him.
We have several questions and no answers.
He does not like what he just saw.
Can I do something? Well, is there anybody else in here besides the 5-6 of us?
There's still a few mercenaries, I feel like.
The Ramdan with the gun for an arm, if you want to use him fictionally. Otherwise, you can ignore him.
Well, I want to try and see if I can get to some sort of, if there even is anything like a computer station where I can see if there's a way, if it's even remotely possible to rig a way to open the gate without using the raiment.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm gonna roll a fortune die.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a fortune die.
I'm feeling fortunate.
I'm gonna roll.
That's not true, guys.
Fake it till you make it. Fake it till you make it.
So, you do see that on the far side of the wall. So you'd have to get past these mercenaries in order to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You do see that there appears to be what looks like some sort of device that has like a cable that leads to the pedestal. It looks old though. Like it doesn't look like the hegemony put it here.
Mm-hmm. Well, lucky for me, my computer knowledge is incredibly outdated.
Perfect.
I'm still using Windows.
Does Derek
95.
say that?
Yeah, he just out of nowhere just randomly says that out loud.
You hear that in the
The
comments?
things Barrick says to himself,
Did you need an update?
No, I want to see if I can then make my way over there.
All right, you're gonna have to get past these other mercenaries.
No, they need to get past me.
Okay, all right.
Unfortunately,
I'm
Havoc
gonna roll.
has stopped firing at the mercenaries now. He's just focusing on Vorex.
Yeah, no, I will try and like scrap my way across to this thing.
That's so fair. I think we're looking at risky limited.
Okay.
There's enough of them that it's challenging to get past them.
I got a 4.
Okay.
He just
Um,
rolled.
Yeah. Didn't even yeah.
He just goes.
Gave him absolutely no time.
Yeah, didn't even let me think about it. That's fine.
I didn't think
I mean-
about it either.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
I think here's what it is, right? You do it, but I think you take some harm along the way. So I think we're probably looking at a level 2 harm.
Okay.
As like you're basically letting yourself like take these hits because you just want to get past them.
Mm-hmm. I will expend one of the uses of my armor
Okay.
for that.
Yeah, you can see it as you like get past that, like your armor's definitely like singed a little bit. It's still holding together
Yeah.
like really well, but like you can only take so many more shots before it's going to be useless.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I will use. This is not super important but just because it is relevant, I'm going to use
Special armor.
my special armor.
Yep.
instead of
That
my
makes
standard
sense.
armor.
Yep. Yeah. Blaster fire. That's fair. Yep. Cool.
Hmm.
All right, but you get to the other side, and there's like an ancient-looking computer. What do you do?
I am gonna try to like hack and see if I can get it to start up and get like a launch sequence going on it.
Sure.
Like I assume, rightfully or wrongfully, that modern computer protocols are at least loosely based off of some of this older shit, and so
Sure. This is very ancient, though. Like, perhaps not hegemonic in origin, is what I have been trying to imply.
sure.
Yeah, no, I think.
It's just an abacus.
It's
Oh, a sundial. What do you know?
I think we're looking at risky and right now no effect.
Okay. I would like to push myself to increase effect.
Okay. So we're looking at limited effect.
Okay. And then I would like to trade
Okay.
to desperate standard.
Desperate standard. Tell me what makes this desperate, and I also want to know what makes this standard.
Yeah, so I think in my mind it is an effect of the time that I'm spending with this thing, where like I've already come through. I haven't dispatched everyone in between myself and the computer, and so I am basically opening up my back to anyone who wants to just fire on me.
Perfect. Okay. And by spending a little bit more time with it, you might get a better handle on how this thing operates. I am tracking. Okay.
Cool. And I'm going to spend a gambit to get a dice.
Okay.
And then if I'm understanding push myself stuff correctly, now that we read it earlier, I can push myself again to get one more die, right?
Yes, because you didn't take a devil's bargain. Correct.
Okay. Cool. That will give me 2 dice, because otherwise I was going to be rolling 2 and taking the lower, but now I'm rolling 2 as a standard thing.
Okay.
Oh my god. I'm back, guys. Double sixes.
He's back in time.
Oh my god.
Right.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's Johnny Button.
Oh, we get that gambit back. And it matters so much. I get an XP.
Okay. Here's what I'll give you. You can do it. All right, you play around with this enough that you think you can figure out a way to turn on the gate without the raiment. There's a couple caveats though. It needs the raiment in order to stay open. So there is the risk of it collapsing in on itself.
If it is opened without the raiment?
Without the raiment, correct. Yeah.
Interesting.
And I think that's me trying to intone doing this as a desperate thing. Right?
It seems dangerous too.
Very dangerous. A gamble. An option. But maybe a last resort, unless you're really trying to make sure that the raiment doesn't come together.
Yeah.
If you're watching on Twitch, you can tell that Johnny really did not like that.
He turned the camera off.
And I
Maybe
think,
not intentionally, but
I think I'm gonna let you sit on that as we move the spotlight to somebody else. Grades.
Yeah.
I would love to know what you're doing. You kind of you do this terrifying fear effect with the way push past these mercenaries. You're now in Vorex's face.
Yeah. And did you, forgive me if I missed it, Justin, did you say that the shadow attack did any actual harm to the mercenaries, or was it more just a function of distraction?
I think it was distraction. I don't know if it might have taken out one or two of them or something.
Just checking,
but,
yeah, just making sure.
I don't think anything super narratively important.
Yeah. And just to make sure, because I didn't think you said this, when I was threatened with level 3 harm and expended heavy armor, did we agree that avoided the consequence, or did it merely reduce it?
It should have just reduced it. I apologize. It should have been a level 1 harm.
Okay, by 2 levels because it's heavy armor.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. What would we call that? It was a blast from Barrick's gun.
Yeah. Maybe
it's a mystic ammunition. So something
way pain or something like that.
Yeah. Way too much pain.
Steve, did Graves not recover with Nick and with Gears and Havoc?
He did not.
No. I did not.
Heck, man.
Yeah, I just did drugs twice.
Okay,
it's all good.
It's all good.
Stress has already come in handy. I made my choice. I think if I'm getting in his face, really what I've been trying to do in this, besides initially trying to get the raiment, is try to see what Vorex is made of. What is his play going to be?
Yeah.
And so he's wearing armor.
Sure.
He didn't ditch the armor despite his fear, correct?
He did.
Oh, he did ditch the armor.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I thought he just ditched the sword. So I'm guessing then that he is armorless.
He is armorless right now. Yeah. Now you've already seen. You might not have seen it, but we've seen the audience what an can take.
Yeah.
And I will say, when you ask what he's made of and what his plan is, now that you're closer to him, you can see past him, kind of where the entrance to the gate would be. Are did you see those vials that made 160 Zelrek go mad with rage? I think it was Havoc and Raxus that saw it.
Yeah.
I think Havoc might have told.
It was Mordecai in Praxis.
Mordecai.
It was Mordecai in Praxis.
Right. Mordecai in Praxis. So I'm sure you would have heard about it, though you might not have seen it. I don't.
I think Mordecai told the party about it. But...
Yes. So I'll leave it up to you if you make that connection. But you see what looks to be some sort of chemical in canisters and vials. Lots of it. Lots and lots of it. Behind Vorex.
Yeah. Would this have been relayed to me or explained? I don't think Praxis ever.
So that's what I'm saying. You would have heard about it,
Yeah.
But I'll leave it up to you if you make that connection.
That's quite a connection to make in this moment, I think, for Graves at least.
But regardless, it doesn't look good. Some sort of chemical back there.
So there's stuff back there in vials or larger.
Yeah, there's some in vials.
containers.
I think there's some in like big canisters, basically.
Yeah. Okay. But as far as Vorex himself, I think there might be a gather info here.
You want to actually know what he's made of?
Not materially.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I meant
God help
metaphorically.
him if he's made of metal.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant was metaphorically, but now your question about gathering information made me. I was like, wait, did he actually mean like what he's actually made of?
He's just looking for a snack.
Oh, but it is such a Ramdan finish. Yeah, I mean, is it possible to ask a gather info kind of in the context of having made this advance and seeing if there's anything notable about Vorex's reaction?
To you coming up to him?
Yeah, to my advance, to my going spectral. He hasn't postured, you haven't narrated an action on his part. And so I'm just curious if there's anything of significance to what he's doing. And if not, that's okay. I don't need to focus there, and I can lean into what I would do if I had no further info.
I'm going to roll a fortune die.
Cool.
You can tell that there is a sense of fear as you get up closer to him.
Mm-hmm.
A sense of like maybe he won't be able to accomplish what he had intended to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just an encouragement, if anything else. You know what I mean? Like, or if nothing else, I think I will, as I'm right up coming into it, up in his face, going to become physical again.
Yep.
And I would like to just, like, I'm imagining that I've been like sort of almost leaping. Maybe floating is a better word, but I don't know.
Sure.
Whatever amount of speed I've had at him, I want to snap into physical form and like crash against him with my horns. I just want to knock him down.
Okay. Give me an action.
Yeah, let's call it scrap.
Scrap. Okay. I think you're looking at a risky position. I think you're looking at no effect.
Okay. Makes
And that
sense
is
to me.
That is because partly because you filled up your level 1 harms. So I think it would have been
less
limited,
effect.
but now it's no effect.
Yeah. So let me ask this.
Mm-hmm.
You said, what was my position? Risky?
No effect.
Yeah, risky. I think this is where I will actually mechanically activate Ramdan Rage, which just means that when I push myself, it'll be 1 stress instead of 2. But after it ends, as we established a while back, I would receive a level 1 harm, which in this case would be a level 2 harm, since my level 1s are filled up.
And since I've already stated that Havoc's firing at Vorex, could I mark the 1 stress to assist him for an extra die?
You absolutely can.
Can I just also start shooting him? Give
me the assist.
All right, no, you can only get 1 assist die, but
I believe you can only get 1 assist die. Yes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we discovered that while it was fun to have created those Xeno abilities, you only would have been able to take that in place of your starting ability. That's how it works in the game. So I think
our resolution, at least based on the discussion, was that I still had the abilities, but we did tone them down as far as what I could do. So we established the level 1 harm as a consequence of Ramdan Rage after the fact.
Okay.
But yeah,
I had thought that we had just said that it would just be a narrative thing and it wouldn't give you any mechanical benefits.
Oh. Okay.
But I
that could be my bad. I knew that I deliberately very much underplayed them and didn't use them hardly at all, so that it wouldn't be overly advantageous. But I thought that I still had it. It's all good.
So, but I hear you, and I don't think you need to mark a harm. I think I'll bump that back up to limited effect.
Okay.
I think narratively, it's interesting that you are just focused on getting rid of Vorex right now. So I will bump it up to limited effect.
Okay, so I've got my 3 base for scrap. My 1 die from Danny's assist.
Desperate standard.
Yep. Yeah, I would like to. I will trade.
Push yourself for
standard. Let's go desperate standard.
Can you push yourself?
I can.
You don't have to, but do it.
You have to.
You also have 2 gambit.
Yeah. Also using gambit.
I will use a gambit.
Okay.
And I want to ask Justin, given that you established that he is afraid, do I get Predator or not?
I will let you have it.
Okay. All right. Wrecking Crew will give me 1 for melee because this is a head ram. When you spend a gambit in combat, I gain potency on that action. Does that increase effect?
We're up to standard effect.
Excellent. Okay. That's a lot of dice then, actually. That's 7 dice.
Heck yeah.
It's as good as it gets. I think it's as good as it's ever been. Oh, I dropped 1. All right. Well, we'll find that later.
And
all right.
you did trade to desperate?
Well, if I can get to standard without it, then there's no need.
Risky standard. Okay.
Risky standard it is.
Just double checking.
Yep. No double 6, but 1 6. That's all I ask.
That's all you need. You don't get a game back because you spent 1, but you knock him back and he goes like flying back. And I will say, just for the narrative, it's so fun. He's like, he like slides back and he's now close to those crates and those vials.
Mm-hmm.
But you do knock him back far, far away from the armor.
Okay.
What do you do?
Oh, love it. I'll leave the armor for them to pick up. I'll keep my word. I mean, I may not have seen it actually, the attempts to cut through the other Ur-like creature. But I'll advance with my Vibro Blade and try to stab him while he's down.
On Vorex?
Yeah.
I love it. Action.
Scribbity scrap.
Scribbity scrap.
Yeah.
Let's go. Risky limited.
Okay. I will go for desperate standard.
Okay.
And I think what makes it desperate is the recklessness. I think Graves feels almost overly thrilled by having knocked Vorex back. And his form isn't precise.
Yeah.
He's almost sort of losing a bit of that tactful edge.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
And I'll just use all my other usuals.
How many dice are you rolling? Oh.
It is 6.
Okay.
5 is the outcome.
Okay. I love this so much. You walk up to Vorex. He's on the ground. He's vulnerable to you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's at your mercy as you walk up to him. And he just looks up at you. And through blood, like blue blood spurting out of his mouth, he's like, It's not what you think it's gonna be. You're unleashing a terror.
I've been called worse things. And so have my people. Is he right up against the canisters, Justin?
100%, yeah.
Oof. I love that you're giving me a narrative kind of like pause here. I'm going to lean into that, the dance. I think something tells me for a moment, and this may be why I'm sloppy, is that I actually sort of pull back on what would have been the vibroblade thrust for a moment. And I look at the canisters and I ask, what are these?
Blue blood just like in his mouth. Your friend Zelrek perfected it. I was going to open the gate, send this through. It would have dispersed throughout the entire sector and caused all the Ramdan to go in a berserk rage, killing each other. It's what they deserve for what they did to my people.
You know what they say, fight genocide with genocide.
You know?
Yeah, in the words of Gandhi, an eye for an eye. It's pretty good.
It's great.
Pretty good. I love that. Man. I mean, there's something about this that just feels totally devoid of falsehood. Graves holds the vibroblade closer to Vorex's chest.
Yeah.
And what of my people? Reduced to almost nothing. Enslaved. Carving out rocks for tyrants.
You deserve so much more. So did my people. So did my wife. And kids. Fuck the Ramdan.
You fought well, Vorex.
Spare me. Just do it.
Actually, sorry, excuse me. Sorry to butt in at this moment. Is combat over? Sorry.
No, I think
No,
you're
there are a
still
bunch of mercs back there fighting. Yeah,
you're
that's what
still
I pictured.
dealing with the
I think
mercenary.
we're a little preoccupied.
Yeah.
All right,
Although I did say Havoc was sprinting towards Vorex.
You did, but I do think I like this moment.
There's a moment here, yeah.
that's right.
In the background, you still just hear, what the fuck was It's slowly getting louder.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I mean, I can feel the hatred.
Yeah.
And it feels almost so mirrored that it's unnerving. And I've seen enough of this sort of like thing happen with subdued or nearly extinct creatures pit against each other in pure hate under the Empire that like Graves is hesitating. And I would say he's even exposed right now. You know what I mean? Not like not particularly to Vorex, but to anyone who's behind, him.
Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna say. Like I had the consequence in mind, and I now, depending on what you do, I think the consequence will be different. Because I still haven't told you what the consequence is.
Of rolling a 5.
Of rolling
Is
a 5.
that right? Yeah.
Yes. That's me saying you have free reign to either kill or spare Vorex. But there will be a consequence regardless because of your role.
My goodness. I feel like this is one of those like montage shots of like being angry for however many decades, just like in shackles, mining, and getting lashed by, these sort of military type superiors and shuttled around from moon to moon, harvesting them out. And like, sure, there was always a place to point that anger, but it's not like Graves was satisfied by claiming the lives of those whose names he took. You know what I mean? Like, it just lives as a sort of blemish on his life, replacing what could have been his true name. And I think standing over Vorex, it feels disappointingly empty. As though I haven't found the face of my true enemy yet.
What do you do?
He was set on destroying the Ramdan with this stuff. Oh. I think before I can formulate anything that would be more well-rounded or wise, Graves would, in his hesitation and disappointment, step back. He's just been told, spare me. It just feels so gratingly offensive. And he'll say, stand up. Finish this. Fight me.
I don't know if I was prepared for that. Okay, you know what though? I can work with that.
I sure hope so, because it's all I could think to do.
I love it. I love it so much.
Kind of needs you to.
He stands up and coughing, sputtering weakly, like almost like hand on the crate, trying to like get up. Right. But you'll fight just like I see your people. And he will throw a vial of this down at your feet as this chemical encapsulates you. And the consequence is that I would like for you to mark the level 2 harm Ramdan Rage.
Okay. Since my level 1s are all used up. Okay.
And narratively, you are just overcome with violence. This is more powerful than when you like work yourself up into this.
Yeah.
This is all consuming. The only thing you see is red. It doesn't matter if they're allies, enemies.
I'm just
the
swinging.
The only thing on your mind is destruction for destruction's sake.
Okay. That's really bad because if I cut too far forward, I'll cut into more of those canisters. All right. I think that simplifies what I'm about to do, but can we cut to the other guys and see what they do, or is that not interesting?
Yes.
At this point?
No, that's perfect. Let's do it. Let's do it. Who have we not shown the spotlight in a while? I think we haven't seen anything from Gears too much. And then I would like to go over to Barrick Soul and see what he's decided.
Are you still just cutting at Big Havoc?
Oh, it's dead.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
So
I
at
know,
some
I know,
point,
but,
Gears does stop
Yeah.
desecrating that corpse and just stands up and kind of takes stock of the situation Havoc is just laying down fire on what's left of the mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
Graves is having his standoff with, wow, his name
Vorex.
just
V Daddy.
completely
Vorex,
left my
yeah.
brain.
V-Daddy.
Vorex. And where's Barrick? Is his
At the
computer.
Here's
Trying to figure out how to work Windows XP.
He's playing Minesweeper.
Oh, I love Minesweeper. Gears will run over to him because he's worried about what he's even trying to do.
Okay.
Barrick, he sort of floats over to you, swings around. What are you doing?
I'm certain there's a way to open the gate without the raiment. The raiment needs to be destroyed. It can't fall into the hands of the Ramdan or whatever's left of the But we came here to open this gate.
All right, fine. And I will try to assist. And with my hacking rig, with my understanding of technology.
Okay.
My understanding of technology.
Barrick, do you let Gears kind of take the reins on this, or?
Yeah. He knows more about computers than me, and I know that, so I'm not gonna.
Okay. But I do think you're in a position to assist. So, if you wanted to, you could assist.
Okay.
What are you using? Havoc action, or Gears? Sorry, what action are you using?
I will use hack, and I will use my fine hacking rig.
Okay. I am going to say that it is desperate and limited effect.
Desperate and limited. I'll push myself for standard.
Okay.
I get in this. Are you assisting?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I get a dice for that. All right. Well, I think that's it. All right. I'm just rolling 4 dice. So at desperate standard. Six.
Okay.
And 3 5s. Which is very frustrating because there's just one more. Come on.
You do it. I love I almost want to like a lot of this is happening simultaneously too. So I almost see that like as Vorex stands up and as as the rage like comes over you, Graves, the last like with it thought you have is that you look past Vorex to like the openness of space and see the gate open.
I wasn't actually going to open it right away.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry.
Hallucinating.
I was actually going to say, and you can say that this is a flashback or something.
Sure.
I don't know. I think Gears would know just from his time like studying with the Starsmiths Guild that like when a gate is activated, there's like a null and void space, like basically a black hole opened for like a split second. And so as he finally figures out like how to get it started, he's going to turn to Barrick and be like, all right, well, our best chance of getting rid of all of the raiments is to just toss them out there. Like at the ignition point.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't and I also want to like describe the scene a little bit because I kind of got this. You said that it was like we were in this like large viewing room where you could see into space like forward. Can there just be nothing there? Like there's no reason we should have atmosphere.
No, that's what I'm imagining. Absolutely.
Cool.
You're like you are technically in space right now. But
somehow we're just breathing and we're fine.
Yeah, because that's way fucking cooler.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like literally we need to like throw the pieces into it.
Yes.
is what he's suggesting.
Is there a way that we can get the raiment off of Graves and out there without losing him?
Oh yeah, we just got to ask him to take it. And then he's like, Graves is screaming in the background.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. I think I have an idea.
Gears leans in.
I think I have an idea. I have a question though, because you know Graves better than I do.
Sure. Hit me.
Would he rather live or save his people?
Ooh, I don't like that question. There's a very obvious answer, but I don't want to answer it.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Figured.
Over the comms, everyone find an anchor point and clip yourselves in. If you have your spacesuits, activate them. If you don't, hold your breath. Gears on the count of 3, activate the gate.
Fine. No, Gears says fine, and then rockets off towards Graves.
Yeah. I also have stated that
Barrick to make that decision.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I also have stated that this entire time Havoc has been making his way towards Vorex.
Towards that, yeah. I think at this
Mhm.
point, I think narratively, the mercenary in between you are not interesting anymore. I think you've cut them down. That is not. I don't want to be like, no, you have to fight those mercenaries. Be so dumb. That would break up the tension for sure. So I think you've made your way at this point. You've seen Vorex stand up. You've seen this chemical like enter Graves, and you see Graves like let loose in a way you have never seen him let loose before.
Without weapons, like at this point, everything is cast to the side, and I'm just like swinging and
Yep, I love it.
frothing a bit. And
If
I may take the liberty, Justin, like I think I've already like slashed through, like broken a bunch, like mangled up the body of Vorex and cut into a bunch of canisters, which continue to leak out more material and just like feed the frenzy.
I love it.
And I think the last thing Havoc does is, in order not to shoot Graves, he'll drop his heavy blaster and pull out his 2 sidearms and just start running, trying to aid Graves in whatever way he can.
Sure.
I don't think
Graves already took care of Vorex, if that's the case. Right? Or
Justin really wants to push back against that, you know what I mean?
I'm not gonna lie. I said he was vulnerable. I think there's a part of me that wants to just say that like the complication now, the obstacle now is what to do with Graves.
Yeah.
Graves, you have killed Vorex.
Okay.
But there is still a huge decision to be made about what to do.
With
and
me?
you are not in a state to be able to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Also, I
So,
don't think
like,
Havoc has any idea what this stuff
You
is.
don't. And so I was just about to say, I
So
think
that's why Havoc's running
you're-
down there.
you're firing at Vorex, Havoc, and as you get closer, Graves, you like see these bullets and you turn around and you see someone else coming towards you with weapons.
Yeah.
Havoc,
And I
back
roar.
off.
Yeah. I just like, posture up and roar and start running towards the source of that fire,
Yeah.
swinging.
Havoc, Graves turns and just starts charging towards you.
Havoc goes, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He sort of slows down because he was gaining momentum. So he sort of like starts skidding to a halt.
Wait. Gears is gonna yell something. Use your jetpack on the fine spacesuit is gonna be when he yells at you. Get out of his reach.
Yeah.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel.
I think I do like that. I think I do like that. Just because it's Havoc, rather than completely stopping, he's just gonna try to help use his spacesuit, just try to skid past Graves. Just
Okay,
sort
I
of
love it.
I'm going to add a little bit to the
this game of chicken.
I want to add a little bit to the chaos here because I was helping Gears, who kind of intervened in a process that was already underway with getting figuring out the gate. And so I know that it's already poised to like.
I think it's basically like
yeah.
Yep.
And so I think at this point, kind of taking everything in, I just yell from like my hand like over the button and my blaster like pointed toward like the side of the station. I scream, "You have 30 seconds!"
All right.
I think
Gears just yells. Oh, sorry.
I mean, maybe can I play with that just a little bit? I mean, maybe that's a 30-second countdown, and you've started it.
No. Well, yeah, he starts.
So like I hit the button and it is
You
counting
hit the
down.
button, and it is counting down. Like you can see on the screen, it says 30 seconds, and you guys hear like beeps.
Give me 10, and he will say, Gears has flown over to give himself like a position on Graves. He like latches himself down using his spacesuit, which I will mark off.
Okay.
We'll just say my armor was.
That's
also
my suit.
Sorry, wrong screen. Wrong screen.
Get out of my suit.
Sorry. Oh, that is also not the right.
That's still my suit.
Yeah, I would. How did I go back to Havoc? And so yeah, like I like attach myself, which is probably just a normal thing, but then I will take out a sort of like grappling hook, I guess. It's not even going to be a grappling hook. It's like it is my fine ship repair tools again, but this time it's like a rivet gun.
Yeah.
But for like a ship, so it like launches a pretty massive like spear essentially. It's not supposed to, but I've rigged it so that it can.
It's a space harpoon gun.
Sounds
Essentially.
Like
Yeah, you want? Yeah, I'll do a flashback.
I would like for you to mark a stress for that.
Okay.
Oof.
I will do so.
Does that? Am I?
It has implications. There are implications there.
Is that your last stress to mark, Gears?
Oh wow, that is the 9th stress. All right, there's a lot going on. Hang on, everybody, pause for a moment.
I've been paused.
Because Havoc was also doing something, and I was about to ask him for an action.
Okay, all right. Maybe what Havoc does will change what I want to
And
do.
Eric and Gears stepped in because I mean Graves is charging at you, and you said you're doing something to get out of the way. So I'd like an action for that because there's consequences if you were unsuccessful.
I'm doing something.
What? Oh, I'm doing something. Yeah, I said rather than completely stopping, he's just gonna try to using a spacesuit, just like quickly dodge out of the way.
Give me an
keeping
action.
his momentum. So I'm going. I think, as much as I want to roll helm because I'm using my spacesuit, I think scramble does make the most sense.
I do think you've got speed. This is a speed related roll though, so you got potency on this for sure. So I'm gonna say that it's probably risky but great effect.
Risky, great effect.
Great effect.
Which I think standard would be like you just get out of the way. Great is like you get a bit of distance between you and Graves.
Yeah. Okay. Can I hear a devil's bargain? I don't think we've heard a devil's bargain yet.
This entire
new episodes.
finale.
We do have gambits as well.
Yep. But I don't want to hear a devil's bargain. Because I could gain another gambit on this roll.
The devil's bargain.
I ask that you make it good.
Oh, I can't make it good. I can't make it good. No, you'll get out of the way. But oh, I know. But you'll be in the sort of radius that the black hole will start pulling from.
All right. I just wanted to roll more than one dice. What's a black hole? 2 6s.
Nothing.
Whoa. Okay.
So that negates the devil's bargain, right?
It does
Can
not.
I-
It does
Okay,
not.
wait, but it does give him great effect, right? Can I
I was
ask-
already at great effect.
Yeah.
Oh. So, great. Can I ask for an opening for something a little different than what I was planning
Okay.
that we're gonna have to do together?
Okay.
Havoc. Oh, I
I'm
want
adding
you.
that gambit.
We'll say it's over the comms. So yeah, Gears will come in after he like latches himself onto a wall. Havoc, you need to anchor yourself using your spacesuit, and then you need to shoot a grappling hook through Graves' left lung. That way it'll latch onto his it'll latch onto his ribcage. You just have to do it.
In the moment, Havoc just you shoot grappling hook at Graves, and yeah. So Havoc actually has a grappling hook
yeah.
on his items. So I think like as he sort of skids past Graves, starts
Yeah.
sliding because he wants to stop himself before he falls off of this thing into the the abyss of space.
Okay.
And then he launches his grappling hook behind him at Graves.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna say, because I think the devil's bargain still exists.
Yeah.
I think it does give you that opportunity to throw that grappling hook at him. I think you're latched on still within the radius of this black hole. So there's still there's a chance that you might get pulled into the black hole. But
that was the devil's bargain, so it has to
it's a
happen.
devil's bargain. It's got to happen, but we have to make it make sense. But I think you can throw the grappling hook into Graves. And
I don't know how precise Havoc would be about puncturing his left lung with it. but-
yeah. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say, because you have greater than great effect, I'm gonna say I don't want to roll.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say you do it. That is the extra great effect.
Hell yeah.
Barricade it.
Cool. Yeah, I hit the button, kind of like knock the sequence to finish the sequence, and I
Yep.
shoot the hull with one of my mystic bullets to try and
Disrupt
vent
whatever
the-
is keeping your atmosphere in. Yeah.
Yeah.
so that we can. Because at least the plan in my head was to suck Graves out with the raiment, to lose the raiment. So I don't really know
Yeah.
what's going to happen now.
There's
but I'm
another
still
step.
executing.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last thing.
And so I let go of the piece that I'm holding when I vent the
For
ship
sure.
as well.
Just let it fall in there. You see that you all feel this. It feels like the air around you crackles and then implodes as you just feel this force pulling you. You have never felt anything this powerful ever in your entire life. It is as though your body could be ripped apart at any second as you see this like pulsating energy starting to form in the point of the middle where the gate would open. You all just start like getting pulled into this. You're like, even though you're like attached, you're still having to like hold. It is that power. Like it feels like at any moment you're just gonna get ripped out. Havoc is latched onto the ship. He's holding onto a grappling hook that has Graves. I'd love to know what you're doing specifically. Like in this frenzied state,
Yeah.
are you doing anything at all? I don't even think you feel the pain of this grappling hook in your body. But you can see that there's like a rope attached between you and this person.
Shouldn't he be flying out? He's the only one not attached to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm getting sucked out, but still held by this cable.
Yeah.
But I don't really think there's anything of note. It's
Okay.
kind of a sad scene, to be honest, because you're just seeing sort of Graves flail, rage, roar at nothing in particular. If he's lucky on occasion, may like swipe part of the cable or something like that, but like nothing, nothing thoughtful, nothing sequential, just sort of
Yeah.
scrambling.
Before you
And
say
he's wearing
what
the
you're-
raiments.
I mean, he still has the wreath and the cloak. The tenet, I would say, he's just it's already gone. It's probably out into space.
Okay, sure. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah,
So
many
before
weapons also fly off of it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, all my other
Yeah.
stuff.
all of your other stuff. Before you Havoc, tell me, or before you Gears, tell me what the next step is. I would also like to mention that the crates of chemicals are also starting to get pulled into the black hole.
This is great. Then they'll be destroyed with it. Fine. Fine with that.
If we can get it through during the black hole blip, yes. And not through an
Well,
open
otherwise, I mean, I'm sure they don't just automatically sterilize the entire. Like, there probably has to be like launched or delivered in some way. I think even if
Yeah,
a couple
hope
minutes,
it's
it wouldn't be
sloppy.
good. But, sorry. Was there something before?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay.
Take it away, Nick.
Gears will reach out with the way and try to undo the cloak of night and take off the
wreath.
wreath as well.
Okay. I'm assuming a tune.
Yep.
I'm gonna say desperate. Oh, that's so fair. Steve just said he's marking a level 3 harm punctured chest, and I think that's very appropriate. That makes
It
sense.
is.
Yeah.
Which means that for you to do anything, Graves, you're gonna basically have to push yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, I think this is desperate.
Mhm.
And I think because you're being sucked into a black hole in this moment, it is limited effect.
So if I push myself,
There is Gambit.
I don't think you can.
because I can't. I don't have a second to mark.
Yeah.
I
That's just the
will
way I look at it.
stay as the GM
That's what
because marking this stress would mean that Gears is completely taken out and mark his 4th trauma. I will absolutely let you push yourself if that is what you want to do.
Okay.
I swear to God.
There is also a Gambit now.
There's also a gun.
Well, I wouldn't be doing it for dice. I would like effect because even if I succeed, limited means I'd need to go further to get what I want, right?
Right.
Yeah, it might mean like one of them gets.
I mean, don't you already have to push yourself because you're using kinetics?
No, because I'm not moving something larger than a table.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Because anyone can do way stuff, mystic stuff, attune. It's just Gears has that extra ability.
Yeah.
To really like push them around. Okay. Let's gamble with living, I suppose. I'll take our gambit. Give me a devil's bargain, Justin. Let's hear.
Oh, the devil's bargain.
The devil's own bargain.
Okay, here's the devil's bargain. The devil's bargain is that there's mystic energy used to open these gates, and it's fucking up with your ability to use the way as well too.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to find some physical, tangible way to get the other raiment of night off of Graves.
I might have something for that.
So one of them is not coming off no matter what, basically.
Yes, that is the limited effect, I think. Now hey, you could roll 2 6s. That would be standard effect, and both of them would come off. But I think add a limited effect.
Well, is that the devil's bargain or the limited effect? Now I'm confused.
Yeah.
It's both. The limited the limited effect in this case is that only one is coming off. Were you to not take this devil's bargain, you could do another attune roll. I'm saying if you want the devil's bargain, the black hole is going to make another attune roll to take it off. Impossible.
I really like the idea of us comboing this thing, so I think I'm gonna accept
this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna accept that devil's bargain, and we'll see what happens.
Please use a gambit for dice.
I did.
Okay.
Johnny's like, please.
Okay. All right. I'm standing again.
Leave no gambit unspent.
Six.
Okay.
Question mark?
Okay. I'm gonna roll fortune die here.
Why?
To see which one.
Yeah, to
Oh.
see which one.
Was that desperate?
It was desperate, so you still do it. Trying to
Did you
think
get
of which
XP?
one. I think the harder one to get off. I think the harder one to get off physically is the Cloak of Night.
That makes
I
sense.
think it is the wreath that flies off of Graves' head into the black hole.
And then Gears will say, "Havoc, I can't get the other one off."
All right. So I know we're coming on time.
Danny,
here.
do it.
It's
But-
fine. Do it.
Talking about how much time we have then.
So, from what I believe, Gears has Graves hooked up to an anchor that he's holding, and I do as well. So we sort of have him like roped in from either
No,
side.
I never got
It
a
is not.
connection.
It
to
is
him.
just
It's
you.
just you.
Okay, so I'm sort of holding him. I'm holding Graves from not getting sucked into the black hole.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You're it, buddy.
All right, so Havoc will replace his anchor with the grappling hook attached to Graves, and just let himself get launched into Graves and grab onto him.
Is there a batshit crazy stat that he can roll with?
I mean,
He sort of just lets himself just.
I wish
gravity from the black
there
hole
was
suck him into
in the
Graves.
game a position more desperate than desperate,
Because that's what this would be.
because that's what this is. And I think just because we gotta end this episode.
I don't think we have enough content for another whole episode. I think we need to just like push through and if we do the epilogue without Steve, it is what it is. But it doesn't make sense to keep going beyond this.
Okay. All right. Okay. Desperate. I will give you standard effect.
Oh, thank you.
You'll catch Graves.
I never even said
We're
what I was
still
going
gonna
with.
beat the shit out of you.
Oh no, I don't want.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't want. I'm not. I want Graves to catch me.
Graves is
yeah.
raging. He's
Yeah.
not gonna try
Okay,
to
yeah.
catch
Oh, I know. That's okay. It's, you said you'll catch Grave. Like Graves is getting stuck. Yeah. Okay.
I get what you're saying, Danny. But yes, you're just going to latch onto me while I'm thrashing, and that's extremely dangerous.
Yes.
And you'll try to get a cloak off of me, presumably.
Because of the nature of this, I kind of want to say that it's scrap coded. I know you already gave me
Sure.
the position effect. but
Sure.
I think I want to say scrap.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have let you tell me the action. I do still
No,
think
you're good.
it's desperate standard.
Okay. I think there might be another action rule for this after this, maybe.
Oh, 100%.
So
yeah,
I'm
it's
not
actually,
going to push
yeah.
myself here.
All right.
Do we have
We still have Gambit.
Do we have 2 Gambit?
Yes.
Yep.
We-
I will spend
Yeah,
1
correct.
Gambit.
Yep.
Would you say this is a speed related roll?
Ooh. I don't, but I'm willing to hear your argument.
I'm going fast.
I mean, he's going really fast. Well, it's speed or daring, right?
No,
Well,
that's his,
that's-
Oh,
yeah, if you look at Ace
That's just
Pilot,
weird.
only you have potency on all speed related rolls.
well, it's the speed of like doing this before,
okay.
like we have to shoot.
I'll give it to you.
At some
Okay.
point, we need to either get rid of Graves or get rid of the Rainman. the
Yeah.
speed.
So this means
the
Okay, so this means I have a great effect if I have potency, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm rolling. 5.
you get. Remember, we get an extra die when we resist consequences.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm, yep. Mm-hmm, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's. Oh man. Come on. Let me just amp up the tension some more.
Okay.
I think you. Like we see this scene of you like letting go, and just falling towards Graves. And just for the tension, you miss a little bit. And you scramble and grab the cloak. And so you're hanging, holding onto the cloak, tied around Graves' neck.
Resist that.
Okay, if I resist that, I could get taken out. I have 3 stress to spare.
Yeah, but you're probably fine. You get an extra die and everything.
Do I have a sense of how much? Do I have a sense as Barrick of how much time we have before we lose this black hole and this opportunity to get rid of the raiment?
I here's what I think. I do think it's coming up. I basically think like whether or not Danny Havoc resists this or not, Havoc has 1 action left. Like he'll have time to do 1 thing before it turns into the gate.
Okay. In that case, can I do something really quick?
I would like to, yes, but I would like to hear what Havoc, if he decides to resist or not.
I would like to try to resist because I want to get like in Graves' face.
Okay. So you like?
And I would argue, since I'm like resisting, I'm trying to steer myself in a direction I want to be. I would argue for prowess resistance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
cool.
Prowess.
So I'm
Give me
going
an
to
extra
5 dice then.
Come on, please.
Nice. Swear to
Man.
God.
The most tense I felt since the last time we ended a campaign.
I mark 1 stress.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Wait, sorry. I only rolled 4 dice. Okay, yeah, no, it's still
Okay.
yeah. It's really,
Okay.
I was
My
hoping for
beautiful
a
friends, I must exit as a player, but I entrust you with what remains of my character's story.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
I love you.
Love you.
Yeah.
Stay professional.
Always did.
So, Barrick,
This
let me hear what you
sucks.
want it to do.
That's what I wanted to do.
And let's
What better if Seabird?
see if it makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think like Barrick is feeling like the tension of like there's not a lot of time left. All of this stuff is happening, and he just aims his gun at the where what the last tether keeping the 2 of them attached to the station is, and fires.
Okay, let's pause for a moment. Danny, how do you feel about that?
There is. Can we say there's a little bit of time between that? Because I did want to try something with Graves.
Okay, here's what I'll say. That Johnny, let me know if you're okay with this. I think you look and you see that Havoc like missed initially and then caught himself, pulled himself along the cloak up to Graves, and you know, you were like, okay, he's got 1 last chance. And if so, what I'm intimating is that Havoc, you've got 1 last action to do to try and get this cloak off of Graves. If not, I will let Barrick do his action.
Okay. So as Havoc lands on Graves, sort of climbs up
Is that
to
okay?
him.
Is that okay with you, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm just concerned about the timing and us like not getting the raiment out of here in time. And so if what you're saying is that Havoc has 1 more thing to do and the black hole will still be there when I fire, then
Correct. That is what
fine.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
cool.
saying like you can tell he's got 1 last action. If he does not do it this time, you're gonna have to shoot that.
Okay, cool.
This is okay. So mechanically, this is probably one of the dumbest decisions I could make, but I really like it in narrative. Havoc will climb up to Graves so he's face to face.
Yeah. Graves just
He'll sort of like try to hold his head still.
Yeah.
And just not really caring if Graves is like thrashing at him in any way. And I'll say, Graves, I don't know much about the Ramdan, but I knew one. He was a man who loved the freedom he had, the pleasures that he experienced, and he also loved a good thrashing from time to time. Look within yourself, please. Take off the cloak and live with us. Havoc says, through tears in his eyes that are also getting sucked from the gravity of the black hole.
Hate it when my tears get sucked.
I hate it when my tears get sucked. I would like...
I find it pleasant, but whatever.
I would like to consort.
For any listeners who wasn't clear for, Steve had to step away, which means that I think Justin is going to be kind of taking over Graves as an NPC for the rest of the...
Yeah.
Which is why I was like, I wish Steve were here.
I wish Steve were here too. It's fine. It's okay.
Sometimes it is what it is.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted to end it, because I really wanted Steve to be here.
But we definitely did not have enough content for another full episode.
Here's the
But
thing.
we could have.
I get you. I think it's better that we end it. We said we're ending it today. I think it's better that we...
I think you should just roll fortune die.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a good idea.
I do like that.
I just think
Not a
however many fortune die you could... Well, either you could just roll the fortune die. Maybe it's not even an action. Or Danny rolls... I don't know. Whatever you're feeling.
Yeah. I want to leave it into the player's hands. So I'm going to make it an action.
Okay. Can we make it a... Well, if it's just me, it's not a group action, right? It's just an assist.
Yes, you can assist. Yeah.
Okay.
I think if you're using consort, I think with him being in a rage, I'll say risky and limited effect. I was thinking desperate, but I think we can model that with there being a limited effect. That's a better way to model.
Risky limited.
Yep.
So I could trade down. And I think what that looks like is what kind of like what I've already established you. He's not even really defending himself against him. I imagine Graves is like now like scratching at Havoc's back.
Yes.
And yeah. So yeah, I'd like to trade down to desperate to make it a standard effect.
Standard effect, okay. Heard.
So I get another die from Daredevil, so I'd be rolling a 2 dice. If I were to push myself, that'd be marking my 9th stress.
Yeah, don't do that.
I wouldn't be
You have a gambit.
taken out like Gears though. I would
How
only be
about
marking my 3rd trauma. I have a gambit.
Devil's bargain.
Sure, why not? I'm spending the gambit. Sorry.
Fine. It's totally fine.
For a 3rd die.
Totally fine.
I'll hear a devil's bargain. I'll hear a devil's bargain.
I think this is a great one. This is a good one. Here's a devil's bargain. Okay. You will get through to Graves. Graves will unlatch the cloak. It will go into the black hole. Then the gate will start. It will cut the rope, and Havoc and Graves will go not into the black hole, but through the gate.
Oh.
And land on the other side.
It's fine.
Oh no.
What's on the other side of the gate?
That's not space.
What you go?
The void that claims all life.
No,
what are
I
you
thought you
talking
meant
about?
the portal would open. I thought you meant the portal.
The portal will open.
Yes,
And you will go
but-
through it.
The portal is unstable without the raiment. We are taking a gamble opening it without the raiment.
and
So
that
we
is
don't know
why.
where I'd end up.
Yeah, that's why it's a devil's bargain. I think it's
What if I?
You
what
might be
if I
gone
show
on
up
the other
Warren?
side with being the only human among Ramdan until your dying day.
Well, I'm pretty sure we'll get this thing like open and working. At least
Maybe.
Gears could.
We'll find out what the epilogue has in store for us, but for now,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
it's a bad idea. Don't do
For
it.
everyone
Don't do it.
listening, all of the other players are telling me no. Well, they used to hear them too, but Nick is very heavily.
If you do this, everyone will hate you.
Whoa, hey,
By everyone, I mean all the listeners.
Justin
every-
is encouraging me.
Everyone who currently loves you.
I'm not going to take it.
all right.
Yes. Your Lola would
You
be
know
proud. She almost hated you. It's really close.
I'm gonna roll. That was so close. That was so close. I'm gonna work on sword, and we're going to 3 dice.
Yeah, she was actually texting me in that moment.
I
If it,
I
changes,
hate
if it
dating.
changes your mind, I'm not gonna kill Havoc or Graves.
well, yeah, that was pretty clear. But
Why would that change our minds, Justin?
All right. Okay.
I can't actually assist without taking myself out completely.
Okay.
Okay.
But I do want to say Gears tries to like attune into like, use the way to sort of like get into Graves' mind. And it's not really like an active thing because then I would have to do an action, but it's like he just like shows Graves like
You're just narratively doing it. Yeah, I won't have any mechanical.
memories
Yep.
of like what we've done and
If I may be completely honest, I've lost the plot a little bit, and I don't know if things have happened enough where I'm going to shoot the thing yet.
No, this is still
the
this is still
action
the
still
last.
hasn't actually
Yeah,
happened.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
This is building up the roll. That's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. I'm rolling. Five.
Okay. What's the consequence?
I mean, I kind of feel like we just have to go for it in the finale, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you got?
I think there's a moment of clarity that comes over Graves. Tears in his eyes as he stares at you. And he reaches up a hand. Reaches up his hands to like undo the cloak. But those are the same hands that, while hurting you, were keeping you and holding you. And so his group on Havoc loosens. And you also find yourself hurtling towards the black hole with the gate, with the cloak.
Resist.
Yeah.
Resist.
Yeah. So I'm gonna resist, and kind of a part of that resistance be trying to grab on. No, I was gonna like try to like partly also grab onto the cloak to just like hurry up the process of Graves taking it off.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's just
Yeah, I would like to resist.
okay. What do you do?
If he
Grab
lets
on
go
to
of his
his
grip,
precious locks.
in the hat.
grab his horns.
Does he have a tail?
Yeah. No, I think we
Um,
said she didn't.
Yeah, I think Havoc will grab onto like his leg or his horns or whatever appendage he can reach that's attached to Graves.
Okay. Prowess.
Beautiful. That means I'm rolling with 5 dice again.
Please.
I have 2 stress left.
Yep.
That means I need a 5 or 6 on one of these dice.
Uh-huh.
Okay. The first 4 dice. I rolled a 1, 2, a 3, and a 4.
Oh,
That means that this last dice needs to be a 5 or a 6.
We'll get taken up.
Should I? Hey, wait a minute. I'm going to do this.
For the
Oh, fun.
listeners, he has moved his camera onto his desk so that he can Show us what the roll is.
It's our own low budget box of doom.
It is. It's great.
Very low budget. Oh, which one was it?
Whoa!
Was
that
it
the 6?
Was this?
It's that one.
was
No,
that
I saw
one?
it.
Oh, was that one?
I believe you. Yeah. I saw it. It was a 6.
Yes.
Wow.
And he doesn't even get taken out.
Despite everything that should happen, you grab onto Graves' leg. The cloak goes hurtling into the black hole. And then the gate opens. And it flickers for a moment. And then dissipates.
Well,
Are Havoc and Graves just hanging now from the rope if it's not getting sucked
yeah,
in?
I think you fell
Like
down
hanging
and now you're
off
just
the ledge or
hanging
something?
off and just for narrative sake, I'm going to say the Ramdan rage is over. He's still experiencing the effects of having been drugged like that, so it'll keep the level harm, but is not actively trying to kill all of you.
there's also a hole in his chest.
There's also a hole in his chest.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll try to pull them up.
I'm not going to make you roll. I think it takes some time. But
I use my
pull them up.
spacesuit to like thrust this
Sure.
up to try to help that out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is awkward. Can I try to figure out if I can keep it going instead of just like on for a second?
Here is what I'm going to say. No. I think that is something that might have to be dealt with as a part of the epilogue.
Yeah, because it was originally established that we needed all the arrangements to keep it the port open, right? The gate open.
All right. I mean,
Okay.
it's just an awkward like half victory, I guess, as we all just sit there.
Yeah.
Havoc's just like so like locked onto Graves, just
Yeah, no, Gears is just like after pulling you guys up, is just like exhausted next to you, like lying on the ground.
Yeah. Barrick has a cigarette in each hand, lit, and
Just like,
he like breathes one in, breathes out, other, just going back and forth.
What happened? Did we do it?
kinda. We'll figure out the specifics.
The bad news is that the Ramdan aren't through. The good news is we know how to open it without the raiment now.
Yeah, it'll just take me a couple days.
It might take longer. I admire your optimism, but it might take longer.
That is more honest. I'll be real.
At least we stopped Vorex from killing the Ramdan.
We did do that. That is
I think maybe it'd be a good idea for the rest of you to go look at that Hall of Histories before we let them through, too.
that is very fair. You could have said that earlier.
Next time I will use all of the ample time I have while everything is going crazy to do that.
Yeah, shit hits the fan. There's
We stop to discuss it. I'll remember that.
It's actually, there's so much time for us to handle things always. I don't know why you didn't take advantage of it. We should probably leave that in, right? And he's just pointing to the grappling hook inside of Graves.
I'm just gonna lay down for a second. I don't feel very good.
Yeah, you actually definitely should not move. That is a terrible idea. Yeah, I don't know. Let's yeah.
We'll find a doctor soon.
Ish, yeah.
Are there any ships left flying?
The flagship is still like there and connected, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess we gotta head back.
Oh, we're just gonna leave the gate. He just.
You want to move the gate?
Yeah, here's the thing.
I don't know.
We cannot
leave it
fly
undefended.
Why would
Oh,
any of
man.
these people care?
The sector is cut off from the hegemony. I think let's figure everything else out.
All right.
One step at a time, and yeah, we'll stop in the Hall of Histories on the way or whatever. And
I think it's more that you say one step at a time, and we have like a back shot of the three of you like carrying Graves and helping move him out back, and that's got to be where it ends, right?
Yeah,
that's got to be where it ends. But I think because I had literally no idea what you guys were going to do, I didn't write epilogues like I did for After Legends because I didn't know what was going to happen. So I'd love to hear some of your thoughts. I have some of my thoughts of my own. But I'd love to hear what you all think your characters get up to over the next, like, I think it's like a few months. Like, if it's not... What?
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Yeah, like if it's, and I'd like to make it explicit, like it's definitely not going to take 2 days to figure out how to turn on this gate. It's going to take a long time to figure out how to keep this gate open without it collapsing.
Yeah, that might be what our characters are dedicating the rest of their lives to.
It is.
Yeah, no, genuinely, or at least Gears for sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think in the short term, it's very much Gears like.
Gears has to retire from adventuring.
Yeah, he doesn't have to retire. He just barely made it through.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't end up assisting, which meant that I still have 1 stress.
Gotcha.
Oh my god.
So Gears, he's going to like the immediate epilogue is like he goes back onto that ship, and after having like had like a positive interaction with the flagship people, he's going to be like, all right, this is the deal. Mechanic's Heart.
Yep.
We're going to try to fix everything up here. You guys can follow me. You can not. You can go on your own ways. You can make your own. That is the point. We did this so that we can all be free. Yeah. And so from there, it's just like trying to pick up what's left of the Starsmiths Guild and just getting to work.
I think I'd like to say I think that like having been instrumental in creating this allyship, word had gotten out, and I think there's a sense in which Gears gets kind of thrust into that leadership role.
Oh, he doesn't like any of that.
Oh, I know, and that's why I think it's interesting that like you would get kind of forced into that. Like, people are like, hey, you're the one that did this. Like, you have to make the decisions now. You have to be the one that kind of creates this new democracy.
Right, but I got to work on the gate. I got to.
And they don't. I mean, they don't let you initially. Like initially, they're like, you need to help set this up. You created this.
Oh man, the boy plays politics. It's a lot of it's a lot of him falling asleep in meetings. Yeah. A lot of him like losing track of the little things. But I think at some point he probably gets the help he needs. And I think it also very begrudgingly gets in the way of like the sort of sweet nothings about going off and unless Havoc decides to stay, I think they don't really get the chance to go off into the sunset together unless they Havoc sticks around. So I'll leave that for Havoc to touch on. But it's a lot of like his heart is in the right place and then generally has like pretty good ideas, but he's not super good at implementing them. So it's a little rough all at the jump. Sure. But he gets there, and eventually he starts like turning like pretty significant resources to the gate,
the Hantu gate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One of the first things he does is outlaw slavery in what is
nice.
If not the first thing. They're like, you're in charge. He's like, I don't want to be, and they're like, too bad. And he's like, fine, no slavery,
no slaves.
Hell yeah,
yeah,
Love
dope.
It.
I don't know how much we can or should speak for Steve. With I mean, I know he'll give us some credence here, and he's not here to like give an epilogue idea for Graves, but we all know Graves pretty well. We know Steve, and I imagine that he works pretty closely with Gears, like probably appoints himself as Gears like head of security.
That's when
I 100% was already on that same track.
But like,
he would have.
I also imagine that he would spend a lot of his free time, and maybe even some of his not so free time, very intentionally studying politics, so that he can build a system for the Ramdan to self-govern when he is able to finally bring them through.
Yeah, I there's almost a part of me that wants to see Graves like. This is not cliched, but like a little, not surface level, but like I think he becomes almost like a professor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think we almost see him giving like political lecture and like English lectures, and he becomes like
a teacher,
like a decently learned person, a part of academia.
He becomes like tenured at the university on Breck, and
he like he founds the university for Ramdans at that point. You know,
I love that.
That. Or maybe he's the reason that Ramdan admission is opened up at the university system wide.
Yeah,
I love that.
Which we haven't seen the gate open, but whatever. That's yeah. What about Barrick? Or Havoc?
Well, they're right, Justin. But we were talking about the Ramdans who are currently.
Who are currently?
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. Giving them opportunities that way. I love that a lot. Havoc.
Yeah, I think. So I think Havoc might like. Maybe the possibility of staying is presented to him like by Gears, like you can say blah blah blah. And I think like Havoc like sort of like passive like yeah like agrees with that, but then I think he sees the newfound duty that Gears has and now that Graves has, and he recognizes its profound purpose and their new purpose, and he looks within himself and says, this isn't my purpose. This is what I'm supposed to do. And I think he thinks about Yatu and Maris and the Wreckers and how it's ultimately, he thinks of it as his fault that basically the rest of the Bornico Syndicate has been wiped out.
Yeah.
And so he recognizes that as something that he's duty bound to. And so I think without even really saying anything, maybe he stays for a little bit, like a few weeks. But I think at some point he just leaves to go back to
I think when you say like, oh yeah, like there's like a knowing look in Graves and Gears, and you know he'll cry later. It's whatever.
Yeah, Havoc and Gears, we cry later. And yeah, I think the first thing Havoc will do is go back to Warren to try to see what's left of those. What are they called? Like the shadow, whatever locations that the Bornico had, the repurposed banks and such, so on and so forth, and just try to claim those back. I don't know, maybe.
Sure. Okay.
There's some like police that still think they.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like seeing an epilogue of like Havoc. I mean, essentially taking over the Bornico Syndicate and like raising it back up.
Yeah, I think we see a scene of that's like a camera inside of what was Yatu's office, and we hear some like blaster fire outside the door and like bodies like thudding on the ground as Havoc opens up the door into the office. And we see him sort of walk. His hand is sort of like grazing some like books or some knickknacks that Yatu had on some shelves, and he walks behind the desk. And I think he looks at some papers that he's never even bothered to understand before, and then just sits on the desk. And
I love it. I love it. Barrick.
Yeah, I think Barrick initially like finds the funds to buy a new ship and paints it and names it. And like like there, I think we see this moment of him like looking at it and getting ready, like the painting contractor is like, what are we painting on here? And he's like starts to say Golden Sun. He's like, name it the Montresor. And we see Barrick start traveling, using the name Montresor and like the reputation that the rest of the crew had built up under that name, and like telling stories that like for things he was not even there for become legends about Barrick's soul. And just really like leaning into, well, the rest of them are all busy doing other stuff, so I might as well benefit from their legend. But over time, I imagine him not necessarily settling down, but like expanding until he's like leading a fleet, and then able to like he has like a dream to like purchase a moon and starts a company called Suncorp, which is like super shady, but like does a lot of all this. So like he hires out this fleet of like bounty hunters and mercenaries, and then also has like casinos that he owns on multiple worlds, and Pleasure Moon that he owns entirely, and all that kind of stuff, and all of it just based off of telling stories about how he was there with the crew of the Montresor when he really wasn't.
So fucking hilarious. I think the last scene that we see is that picture of the like pedestal in the Hantu gate, or like overlooking space, and then we like hear two sets of footprints, and I think the camera turns and we see a much older Gears and a much older Graves,
which shows less on Graves, right? Because they live a lot longer.
Yeah, but you can still tell that like he's older.
But Gears is old.
His horns are wrinkly.
Gears is old, and Graves maybe has like some gray hairs on his fur, but like, you know, he doesn't look as old as Gears does. Yeah. And there's like an engineer that like runs up to Gears and goes, "We're ready," and ushers the two.
Yeah, you better be. God damn. Youngins.
Ushers
right,
to
do the honors.
This is the right choice, right?
Well, it's a choice. And I don't think there's anyone better to make it. Anyone who deserves to make it more.
Graves stares at you for a little bit. Stares at the console. And starts moving his hand towards the button. And the screen goes black. The professionals.
I am so surprised you survived, Nick.
I am too, dude. I genuinely was sure. I was like, this is it. I'm like,
great. Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
That was great. Yeah.
Thank you all. That was, man. The lover of Cowboy Bebop and really wanted someone to sacrifice himself at the end there.
Yeah. Well,
I tried really hard to sacrifice a couple people, but
you did. You tried
I liked the attempts at inverting the trope. That was I didn't, because stop trying to kill my friends, but also, you know, it's a narrative enjoyer.
Oh my god, I definitely was like, Havoc might just have to take the Rainments and go out with them.
It would have been an easy solution. That would have been it.
But that's 6. That's 6 on that resist roll. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was actually
great. Hey, also all of you, great job playing
into
the amazing genre and tropes that is like a space western. Very fun. I recommend this system. It's a very fun system.
Yeah.
Especially if you like Cowboy Bebop or Firefly, or it's just so much fun to be a little
over
bit
a year
of a
later. I don't recommend this system.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
That was not fun.
I think we would have stopped a little sooner.
Yeah, we probably would have stopped a lot sooner if we were having fun. But we were having fun. And we thank you for listening. And we'll be back we're already working on the next campaign of us playing together. So in the meantime, you can catch Avatar Legends on Fridays at 8:15 p.m. Central Time.
Mm-hmm. If you're not already watching or listening to that campaign, get on it. It's been great.
Yeah, Dean's doing such a great job.
I'm the only one here who's not a part of that one, so I feel like I could speak as a viewer,
as unbiased as you can,
as unbiased
we can.
Yeah. And we will see you in the new year.
Yeah.
Bye.
We'll catch you later, space pokes.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.